14. Absolutely wonderful finish.
16, steps back, has a good look, and nails it for a 3-0 win.
Double for a 4-3 victory on her debut.
James, you require 170.
The fish. Preposterous. Possible. Nailed.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Reeled
James
in by
Richardson.
Richardson.
Require 156.
Done it once today. And there is nothing sweeter than a repeater for Paul Hogan.
Another. For tops. But he does not like the lie. He has to move across. Oh, what a find! Good morning and welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. And as season 9 reaches its halfway point, the big hitters really are beginning to enter the fray. The Queen of the Palace, Fallon, Sherrock, STOWE BUNTZ are quarter-finalists at the Grand Slam last year. Just two of the big names that are in action this morning. Talking about big names, we've got the asset, Paul Nicholson, here in the studio. And it does feel like this is the week where Series 9 really could burst into life.
Yeah, I think so. There's been a lot of people who've known about this lineup for this week for a little bit of time, and we've been very excited about getting STOWE BUNTZ into the arena since Saturday, because that's when he was sitting in this chair talking to you and talking about how excited he was to get on that stage and play it in front of everybody watching. So when Fallon's in the room and when we've got other people who have done great things this year and other personalities as well, I think at this stage of Series 9, things are getting very serious.
From one exciting debutant to another, because it was Kai Gottard who picked up the spoils on Saturday evening. He got the better of John Worsley by 4-3 in the final. Gottard had led 3-0, almost let it slip. And you could tell, not just in the reaction there, but when we spoke to him in the studio following that final, not just the relief, but the pride he had as well in picking up this title.
I know he's won the German Masters this year, but this is the biggest thing he's done because of the people he's played, the grandeur that this tournament carries now, and you could tell how much it meant to him, the way he was talking and the way he reacted when he got his hands on the trophy. So he's coming back before Christmas. He's going to be a real threat for the German Super League, or the PDC Europe Super League as it's known now. So people have got him on their radar. But what we've got to remember as well is that he almost didn't get out of his group. He did a really good thing in picking up what was a mistake and then recovering on a checkout with the next two darts. And if he didn't hit that shot in a penultimate leg of a group game, he wouldn't even be in the semis. And then after that, he was a completely different player.
Didn't just play, but beat every single player that he could have in the field as well. So this is the list for Champions Week so far. These are the players that have already qualified. 4 weeks down, 4 different nations represented. We've got Darius Labanauskas and Andreas Harrison for the Nordic and Baltic region winning weeks 1 and 2. Andy Hamilton of the World Seniors winning week 3. Kai Gottard from PDC Germany in that part of Europe as well. We're just 4 weeks in and already we've got such a cosmopolitan field to Champions Week.
It's the way it should be. In some series gone by, it's been a lot of the same type of players. What we need to end 2024 is a statement Champions Week that says these players are from all over the world. And when you've got someone like STOWE BUNTZ here this week trying to fly the flag for the United States and particularly for North America and their tour, that would be a brilliant acquisition for Champions Week, but there's going to be a lot of people trying to stop him.
Well, STOWE BUNTZ is the big name, David. This is the full list of players that will be participating over the next 6 days. Fallon Sherrock, the Queen of the Palace, returns for a 10th appearance here. Noah Lynn van Leuven, who made it through to the finals last time, returns for a second bite here at the Modus Super Series. Devon Petersen back too, alongside James Richardson, who actually played in York at the weekend at the World Seniors Match Play. The fact that he's played an event in front of the cameras, in front of a big crowd, so soon to playing here, could that work to his advantage this week?
I think because James is such a workhorse, what he plays just beforehand will just ready him even more. Even if he wasn't playing in York, he would still be sharp because he plays an awful lot of darts and he loves to practice against different people in his region in Northamptonshire. So whenever he's here, I know he's going to be ready. Never had any doubts about James.
Well, this is how the bookies think about today's proceedings. In fact, the week's proceedings, because these are the outright odds for week 5. STOWE BUNTZ goes off the 2-1 favourite with the odds compilers. Justin Hood at 4-1. Now, Stowe the heavy favourite. Perhaps that's not a surprise, but could Justin be the value bet in terms of this year when you consider his form elsewhere?
Yeah, Justin's played some great darts this year. I think him being second favourite is about right, because I think Buntz being favourite makes sense. But there's one name on that list at 28-1 that if you're looking for a long shot this week, Ricky King is the one to go for. He's an England international. So he's been tested against some very good players. He's from a great part of the UK as well, where there's a really buoyant scene. If you're looking for an outsider, Ricky King's the one to go for. But I have to agree with the odds compilers. When it comes to favourites this week, it's definitely Justin and Stowe.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this week. Right, to our first match, which is a heavyweight battle as we see Fallon, Sherrock and Devon Peterson go toe-to-toe. The Queen of the Palace taking on the African Warrior to kick off week 5. And early on this morning, I caught up with both players. Back at the Super Series, this time in a playing capacity. How much are you looking forward to the next few days?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the Modus Super Series offers something that is very unique, and when you hear, you understand it's this. I'm not going to say the second best. It's equally now one of the best venues you can be if you need to kind of find your game and all of those things. So far, it's been a great year for me. Just coming back, finding the love for the game, and just making sure that I'm kind of on that path. So this week came at the right time for me, and I'm hoping to kind of push on. The last time I made the final, so hopefully this time I can lift the trophy.
Fallon, back for another go here at the Super Series. How are you looking forward to the next few days?
I'm really looking forward to the next few days. Hopefully it's going to be good practice, going in for the rest of the year.
Busy end of the year for yourself. Having this at this time, does it give you the perfect preparation? And if you have a good week this week, build plenty of confidence?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this time of the year is busy for everyone. So it's always good to go into this end of the year playing a lot more darts, building your confidence up and hopefully getting some good wins behind yourself.
Is this week also about maybe putting aside the disappointment in terms of the playing capacity in Kenya of the World Championship qualifier a few weeks ago?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a lot of people don't understand what it takes to obviously play week in, week out, or travel and do this and do that. And when you get there, I mean, that Sunday was almost a nightmare for me. And also just a kick up the backside. Like, don't take it for granted that you're going to step up the arc and just play an average game like you can have.
How would you assess your 2024 so far?
Up and down. So I've been good and then I've been not so good. So it's kind of like, I don't really know how to take it at the moment, but I'm hoping towards the end of the year, as per always, I kind of usually step it up. So I'm hoping that happens again, as it usually does, but we'll see how that happens.
So Fallon Sherrock and Devon Peterson both having contrasting ends to 2024, going toe-to-toe in the first game of the week for the Queen of the Palace. All eyes are on a return to Alexandra Palace at the end of the year. Twice a weekly runner-up here. The 30-year-old from Milton Keynes up against Devon Peterson, who saw his chances of qualifying for the World Championship come to an end in Kenya, the African qualifier, a tournament which got plenty of traction and plenty of attention. Won by Cameron Carolison in the end. But for Fallon, it's a big end to 2024. With Noelin van Leuven chasing spots at the Grand Slam of Darts and chasing spots at the World Championship. This could be the beginning of what could be a very busy month for the Queen of the Palace.
I think her participation this week
100.
is perfectly timed, because the Women's Series does come to its conclusion in PDC Darts next
100.
weekend. So if this is a good week for Fallon and for Noah, they will be sharp
140.
going into that final challenge for the final push. And one thing we've noticed about Fallon over the years,
140.
when you give her a chance to get reps, she gets stronger.
140.
But this is a really strong start. Not just from Fallon, but a really good start from Devon as well.
60. Fallon, you require 121.
Sometimes it takes some people to get sharp in a Group A situation. A couple of games.
57.
She's left 64 after 12. It's been a strong start for Fallon. It's been encouraging signs
Fallon, you
from the
require
get-go
64.
for the African warrior, but the first opportunity presents itself for the Queen of the Palace, and she's going to get a dart at double 16 to take out the
Game
opening
shot
leg
at first
in
leg,
15.
Fallon Sherrock.
Not a bad way to start for Fallon Sherrock.
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
Hard to believe, really, that it's nearly 5 years since
60.
Fallon was at Alexandra Palace winning those matches. 5 years. So much has happened since then. She's been to New York.
83.
She's been honoured by the royal family. She's been all around the world with the PDC
100.
and flown the flag, not just for ladies' darts, because this is a misconception. She's flown the flag for darts.
140.
She's done a lot of things that other people couldn't.
108.
Now, it feels like we've spoken about Fallon a lot in the first leg and a half, but this is a really decent start for Devon. And if he's going to get back to where he wants to be,
41.
it's
Devon, you
that
require
department that needs to start
161.
clicking again.
Because at his best, he was the perennial 180 hitter in World Darts.
130.
It was his power scoring for, what, about 3-4 month period in 2020, which was probably better than any player on the planet.
140. Devon, you require
We'll come back to that.
31.
Because Devon's on double 8.
Game shot on his second leg. Devon Peterson.
Now that's encouraging. That's a 14 darter to get back into this match.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
And Fallon was sitting on 97 points there to steal that leg away. But you're right.
59.
If you think about timing, the pandemic came at exactly the wrong time
97.
for Sherrock. A lot of her plans were scuppered. Who knows what would have happened if that pandemic didn't happen in the career of Sherrock.
100.
But then again, when it did hit, it was the summer series in 2020 for Peterson where things started to
100.
work. He made a semi-final in a Pro Tour event and people started taking notice. And for the next 3 to 4 months,
100.
he was one of the best players on the planet. He was actually very close to being the best player on the planet.
European
100.
Tour winner, European Championship semi-finalist during a excellent spell, and then it was initially a
123.
slow slide down the rankings, which then became a almighty dip towards the end, and now looking to get himself back,
81.
first of all, to full fitness,
Fallon,
and that was a
you
big
require
concern for him
119.
at times. But he may have a concern here as Sherrock takes out the 119.
It's going to be the bullseye.
81.
Might be Devon at the bullseye
Devon,
if
you
he
require
finds the
123.
trouble he wants. Sherrock has a decision to make here.
55. Fallon, you require 38.
Got to be aggressive on this one. That's a
Game shot on
brilliant
his
dart.
Third leg, Fallon Sherrock.
So precise to take that 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Devon to throw first.
First leg where it's
Game
been a
on.
bit of a bone of conjecture when it came to the doubling, but Sherrock finds herself 2-1 in front. Fallon making a 10th appearance here, has
65.
made finals night in 6 of her previous 9. goes at the Super Series. Twice a finalist. That was in Series 3 and Series 5, losing out in finals to
23.
Steve West and Marino Michels. And that final defeat to Michels came in the week that she hit that 9-darter, that historic 9-darter here at the Live Lounge.
Do you know what as well? What a lot of people tend to forget, and I brought this up on Saturday when Sean McDonald was playing. Sean won a week in our previous studio in Southampton. So did Fallon. And she beat Wayne Warren in the final. He's a world champion.
108.
I think those victories shouldn't be forgotten.
45.
This is a
Devon, you
very
require
good
156.
first game on a Monday. It's packed with reputation.
60.
But the standard is very, very good. And the encouraging thing is,
60.
it can
Devon, you
improve
require 96.
even more. Double 18 for Devon.
Game shot of 4 flag. Devon
A
Peterson.
second 14-darter for the African Warrior. And things look very,
Fifth
very
flag.
good
It's Fallon to throw
in the
first.
initial stages.
Game on.
4 legs in. Split either way. 2 apiece between Sherrock and Peterson. When you mentioned that
100.
week that she won, beating Wayne Warren in the final, she'd go on to then reach the final of that Champions Week, although admittedly they were more truncated phases. We played
60.
4 weeks and then the 5th was a Champions Week, and she lost in the final of that. It was in phase 3 of 2021 in the then Live League.
96.
Lost out to Jim Williams in the final. In fact, it was a Champions Week that our very own Mark Webster played in.
100.
If we were to bring that game up right now, when she played Jim Williams, she would say, I think I should have won that game.
126.
And I would concur with her. Everything seems to be favouring having the throw so far. It's not always the case. Our semi-finals on
59.
Saturday night both went against the darts. It would be remiss of me not to look at the Peterson technique this week. We'll get onto that in due course because Fallon's on tops.
80. Devon, you
That
require
could have worked out worse.
141.
And she's going to get 3 more at that target at the top of the board. Peterson unable to
65.
take out the 141.
You
And so
require
tops for the
40.
Queen of the Palace to make it 3-2.
Game shot
And
of
it
fifth
goes
flag.
and use
Fallon
that first
Sherrock.
dart as a beautiful guide for the second to nestle in. Sherrock 3-2 to the good in the game, which is swung
Fifth
back
flag.
and
It's Devon
forth.
to throw first. Game on.
She never wears her blue away shirt anymore. I think it's a bit of a shame. She's always wearing the pink these days,
55.
but I always used to like that shaded blue she used to wear.
Well, she's become so synonymous with this shirt, isn't she, over the years? It's a bit like Michael
59.
Van Gerwen not wearing green on a stage. It would feel weird if Fallon Sherrock was not in her also familiar pink
84.
attire.
Yeah, you've got 2 different types of dart players these days. You have someone who is so synonymous with the colour that they wear it all the time. And then you have the people who wear a different colour every day, like Jim Meyer.
24.
Be a bit like watching Paul Nicholson play darts without wearing a shirt and tie. It just feel weird.
6.
That was a long time ago. Do you know what? I ended up getting sick of it because I could never find enough colours in short sleeves. I ended up starting to buy long sleeves and getting them tailored. And it was too much faff.
92.
You wouldn't believe how much I spent on ties.
There's no faffing around here from Fallon. That 140
140
leaves herself on a finish, threatening the thrower Devon Peterson to take this opening match of the week out for 2.
Yeah, you've done a really good job there, because the
140.
less said about
Fallon, you
people
require
wearing
138.
clothes and getting gifts, the better.
Well, Sherrock looking at 138. It is World Grand Prix week, and Luke Humphries won
98.
the tournament
Devon, you
last year
require
on that
70.
checkout. The best 138 checkout we've ever seen to win a major tournament. Peterson has a dart in his hand at double 16 to make it 3 all. It's the first dart
Fallon,
he's
you
missed at a
require
double in this
40.
match, and it could well be the end of the game, because Sherrock pins
and the
tops
match,
for a
Fallon
4-2
Sherrock.
victory to get the better of Devon Peterson. And so the Queen of the Palace is on the board. She gets the better of an improved Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2. He averaged in excess of 90, but coming up after the break, STOWE BUNTZ is on debut against James Richardson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Fallon Sherrock got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2 in the opening match of the week. Devon played well, averaging in excess of 91, much improved compared to some previous form, but it was Fallon who prevailed. And it's now time to see a debut for STOWE BUNTZ, the 45-year-old from Portsmouth, but not the Portsmouth that you're thinking of. He's up against James Richardson, the 50-year-old from Rushden, 3 times a weekly finalist here, played at the World Seniors Masters at the weekend. And he takes on the American STOWE BUNTZ, who's made a journey from Portsmouth, Virginia to Portsmouth in the United Kingdom to play here at the Modus Super Series.
First leg, it's STOWE to throw first.
Sometimes it takes Jack Garwood 26 hours to travel from Portsmouth to Portsmouth in the morning. He's our referee for the day's action.
60.
It's going to be a very interesting conversation you have with Jack later.
60.
It's a fair bit of distance from York to Portsmouth as well. That's not just round the corner. But STOWE was with us
45.
on Saturday night, just taking in the action. I think that's a really smart thing to do. Not just to get here a little bit earlier, but to try and scope the place out before you play on that stage. And he was looking around. We gave him a tour of the place, and he was very impressed with it. But all of the
58.
trepidation, the anxiety maybe of coming here on debut, it stops when you get on that stage, and the familiarity of being 7'9¼ away from the dartboard. It can be a comfort
135.
because this he knows how to do.
And here's a man already
41.
in the fledgling stages of his career that has proved that big stages mean nothing in terms of nerves for him. Made the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam of Darts last year on debut.
42.
Played at the World Championships at the end of last year. That didn't quite go to plan for him, but he's going to make a return
Games
to
require 124.
Alexandra Palace in December, courtesy of his seeding on the CDC Pro Tour. Does Richardson go for the bull here for the 1-2-4?
99.
Yes, he does, and grazes the 25 Raya.
60. James, you require 25.
Neither of these players mess around. Well, James is a bit confused as to why he missed the single. He almost missed that one.
Game shot of first leg. James Richardson.
Almost misses 2 singles and hits the double. Make sense of that. 1-0 James Richardson.
Second leg. It's James to throw first. Game on.
I've been looking into the name of Mr. Buntz because it's not
58.
the kind of name you hear every day. We'll get on to Buntz in due course, but I'm reliably informed that the name
41.
Stowe means holy place. I think that's quite nice.
24.
And fairly appropriate when you consider that this building was once a former church. But at the minute, Buntz is on the back
99.
burner in this game against Richardson.
And he should be in a very good mood today because his Washington Commanders got a nice win
123.
yesterday against the Cleveland Browns. It wasn't close. The Commanders battered them.
38.
Not just him, but his friend Darren Young will be very happy because he's a Commanders fan too.
60.
Although the end goal for Buntz will be to lift the trophy on Saturday night.
125.
And if he was to do so, he'd become just the second American to lift that title. Danny Lauby, incredibly the only American player to have won a week here at the Super Series in the past. Leonard Gates has missed match darts to win a final against Owen Bates in the past,
80.
but
James
Stowe looking
require
to
96.
join the list of American players to qualify for Champions Week. But it's Richardson who's got off to the better start of the pair here, and he's hardly been spoken about in these opening couple of legs. But he is a player that does tend to play under the radar a little bit, and I think that suits him.
56. Stowe, you require 118.
Doesn't get a shot at tops,
58.
but
you
James will.
require 40.
And this is where he likes to pitch his tent. Change of
Game
plan
shot
there
on
from
his
Richardson
second
as
leg,
well.
James Richardson.
What he used to do when he was on double 10 is he would go from his usual ocky
Third
position
leg, it's Stowe to throw first.
to about 1 foot
Game on.
left. So obviously he's been working on something else and he doesn't have to move anymore.
60.
Well, speaking of James this morning, known him a very long time. Used to play each other in PDC darts.
49.
Very hard to beat. But he told me a really nice story from over the weekend.
60.
A lady by the name of Rebecca Rose at a Northamptonshire County game this weekend
140.
averaged 90.18 in a 3-0 win over Kaylee Oliver of Kent.
84.
You might think it's a random thing to talk about. Rebecca's been playing county darts for a long
60.
time. She got lady of the match for the umpteenth time. But she had the best average of any player in that team.
40.
And I'm talking the men and the women. That's a big accomplishment. So many congratulations to Rebecca.
Have a busy weekend on the
121.
county championship scene. A busy weekend of darts altogether. And of course, outside of the Super Series this week, the beginning of the World Grand Prix will be
101.
doubling in and doubling out
Danger required
in Leicester.
131.
Richardson looking to take out the third leg for a double breaker throw, but the 131 isn't going to go on this occasion. So Buntz is
41.
looking at
Stowe
156 here to get himself
156.
up and running. Unable to go, and so Richardson should get at least a dart at the bullseye
60.
to open
James
up a
required
3-leg
90.
advantage in this contest.
Unless he goes bull first. Nothing would surprise me with James. But it is going to be bull last.
65. Stowe required 96.
Double 18.
Game
And the
shot
first start at a
third
double
leg,
on the
Stowe
stage
Bunntz.
is very successful indeed.
Fourth
Not
flag,
quite
it's
clicked
James
into
to
gear
go
just yet
first.
for STOWE BUNTZ, but
Game
maybe signs that he's beginning to burst into life somewhat. Does find himself a breakdown. Richardson looking to
60.
cash that advantage in here to move 2 clear with 3 to play.
A lot of players who come here
42.
don't know what it's like to have to travel the best part of 30 hours to get to Portsmouth and then have to play
6.
within 36 to 48 hours later. It's not a simple task. Anybody who's gone
58.
from the United Kingdom to Las Vegas or to Japan or Australia or New Zealand, they know that it takes a couple of days just to realise where you are when you wake up in the morning.
You played World Series events
100.
down under. How did you deal with the jet lag? How did you try and prepare for those events?
Jet lag became a way of life for me. I'd done England to
6.
Australia and back twice a year for a decade. And you develop tricks
60.
to figure out the jet lag. Hydration, vitamins, sleep aids.
45.
You just do it. That's what makes John Part's career so impressive. The way he was able to commute
Danger required
to the Premier League.
136.
That I will never figure out.
Another would have left double 8, and the finish that Richardson was unable to
82.
take
So you
out is exactly what
require
Buntz is looking at for the
136.
break of throw, and this would level the match up at 2-2 from 2-0 down, but unable to oblige with dart 2.
96.
He does leave
Danger
himself on
required
tops
54.
if there is misses from Richardson. One left at double 10.
And this time he moves.
44. Stowe require 40.
Maybe he just forgot to move last time. 10's this time for Stowe.
20. James required 10.
2 5s.
No score.
Well, that was well wide,
Stowe
well off
required
target.
20.
And the lead that he had accrued so early on may well be whittled away right here, right now. If Buntz can take out double 10. And now he's chasing the 5s. And he
10.
can't find either.
James required 10.
Going to change his plan. Well, that wasn't part of the plan. That was,
Shot
though.
of 4 flag. James Richardson.
That may be the weirdest 10 checkout he's hit in years. But it's a
5th
3-1
flag.
lead.
It's Stowe to throw first. Game on.
And as you can see, Buntz is using the 3-winged flight.
136.
And he becomes the 3rd person to have used it on this stage. Scott Peterson.
100.
And now him. Now, when people started to use the moulded flight on a more regular basis, lots more people
77.
started trying it and putting it into competition. It's now become quite ubiquitous with certain tours and promotions.
100.
And a lot of people are going to try these 3-winged flights.
140.
Just because somebody else is using them doesn't mean they'll work for you. I think this piece of equipment will be a minority piece of equipment.
66.
The majority of people are going to stick with 4
So you
wins.
require 148.
For those that perhaps don't
94.
quite know the intricacies of equipment all too well, what is the difference between having a 3-wing fight compared to a 4-wing fight? How does a dart go across the air or go along the air?
28.
The actual wing is
So you
quite
require
broad at the top,
54.
so you get the amount of drag that you require, but these darts are going to travel very fast because there's less drag.
14.
So is there a danger that if you don't throw the dart properly, they can skew in any direction?
Yes, they will fishtail. You've got to be a really
57.
good
So you
thrower
require
to be able to get
40.
these things to work. It's like using slim flights.
Game shot of 5th leg.
But the lead is
Stowe
now
Buntz.
slim. Buntz is still in this match. Not a classic by any means.
6th leg. It's James to throw first. Game on.
Definitely a chance for these 2 players to improve as they have 5 games per day
45.
over the next 3 days.
$96.
Stowe is going to be going back to the World Championship this year. So winning this week
96.
would provide him with a very big opportunity. He could come back for Champions Week. Maybe even win the whole thing on
6.
December the 7th. And then go straight to London afterwards.
Means an extended trip to the UK at the end of
108.
2024.
I can't imagine the weather on the east coast of the United States would be much better than the UK come December.
121.
And the east coast has been battered by a hurricane recently. Horrendous scenes
100.
in the Carolinas and Georgia. My word. All of our thoughts go out to the people over there.
Richardson here on the cusp of sealing a 4-2
6.
win here against
require
STOWE BUNTZ.
8.
It would be a bit of a upset win when you consider how heavy a favourite STOWE BUNTZ was for this group at the beginning of play. But he has got a block tops to aim at.
Game shot.
That is
And
a
the match,
superb dart
James
because as you can
Richardson.
see there, he had nothing of the bed to aim at. It was almost a dart based on feel, but he'll be feeling good, will James Richardson, as he gets his campaign up and running with a 4-2 win against the debutant STOWE BUNTZ. Coming up after the break, we're going to see another debutant in action, Nick Crouwel, and he takes on Noelin van Leuven.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not him. It's
Oh,
definitely
he
not
thinks
him.
it's
Hold
it.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that. Double 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. It's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... stay with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit.
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of the things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it. But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw James Richardson get the better of the debutant STOWE BUNTZ by 4 legs to 2. Perhaps an upset victory there for Ruthless up against BUNTZ, who went into this group and this week as a comprehensive favourite. And so now we see the debut of Nick Crouwel, the debutant from the Netherlands, up against another Dutch player in Noah van Leuven. Second appearance at the Super Series for the 28-year-old. Made it through to the semi-finals in her previous appearance. That was in another Week 5 in the previous series. And it was a very intriguing debut for her, that was for sure, particularly the opening night against the 44-year-old from Richardson in the Netherlands. A debut for Nick, having qualified through the European Qualifying Tour School that was put on by the ADC Europe. It was a busy weekend across ADC Europe at the weekend. There was qualifiers for the ADC Global Championship, which took place over the course of the weekend. Noah, a wild card pick from ADC Europe. Now, the way the picks are decided by the ADC is there's a number of qualifiers that we see on a regular basis, but they also do get some wild card selections. The likes of Andreas Harrison's been a wild card for the last 4 series. Noah, wild card pick.
15.
Which I suppose gives them the opportunity to give different players an opportunity on the stage, but also showcase their best players as well.
41.
Yeah, it just goes to show that if you do qualify to be here, then you perform here, you've got more likelihood of actually
96.
coming back. I think ADC Europe have had a fabulous year, with Marvin van Velsen winning a title, with Jimmy Van Schie being a 2-time weekly winner and getting to the final against Marvin in the previous series. But it's going to be the responsibility of ADC Europe to cast the net wider in 2025. I think that's their mission. I may be wrong. A lot of their players have come from Scandinavia, from the Benelux region, maybe spreading a little bit further east.
121.
And further south, that's where they go next.
Well, Noah first to finish, leaving 1-2-6 after 5 visits to the board.
38.
Been a
Noah, you require 126.
slow start for Nick. Noah looking to take out the opening leg. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye, but
92.
she attempted it and was unable to get. And the lesser spotted double 17 will be in play upon her return.
100. Noah, you require 34.
Has decided to go for it. And now has to stay there. Because you're not going to take the risk and lay up from 34.
No score. Nick, you require 120.
Now Nick can take the first leg if he can get a dart to tops. That's what he does.
90.
Very
Noah,
unfortunate to not take that first leg. Same plan, different result.
On the first leg, Noah van Leuven.
And for Noah the opening leg
Second
is in
leg
her
is
direction for Nick.
First.
Just need to find a bit more scoring power. It was a busy weekend across ADC Europe at the weekend. A couple of qualifiers for the ADC Global Championship. Sebastian Białecki winning the Eastern European qualifier. So we're going to see Bolt at the Global Champs in December. And we're also going to see Tony Martinez of Spain. He won the ADC Europe member qualifier, beating Bradley Roos by 6-2 in the final to get his spot here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Yeah, that's a really good acquisition for the Global Championship. He can play.
60.
He's had a tour card for a couple of years as well, and he's been around a long time.
Based off the top of my head, I can't remember Tony
41.
playing here before.
He hasn't. And Noah Lynn was playing in Belgium over the weekend, won the title on Saturday. Congratulations for that, beating Priscilla Steenbergen in the final, and then decided, I think very craftily, not to play Sunday, but to spend that day to commute here to make sure that she was here on time. That's good schedule management, in my opinion.
We're seeing a lot more players do that as well, particularly when they have important events the weekend before they're scheduled to play the full week at the Super Series. It's a case of having to play certain events to keep certain tour positions up, to get certain order of merit money for their particular rankings, and then get here for the week of darts ahead. And Van Leuven's left tops after 12, a much improved second leg, getting better as the game goes along, and on the cusp of a 2-0 lead.
I think Nick is a magician.
Game shot on his second leg.
He's lost the second leg. He lost his flight, but then he produced one from his pocket.
Third leg, it's Noah Lynn to throw.
Well, he may need to pull a rabbit out of the hat here because he finds himself trailing.
I've been digging into Nick's past,
100.
and I found out that he did play in a tournament in the Netherlands back in October of 2003. And he lost in the last 32
95
to Alan Warren a little. Over 20 years ago. And he did play in a few events back then.
140.
So at the age of around 22, 23, he was playing some big opens. And just like it is for some people,
59.
jobs, life, families, I don't want to say that they get in the way, but life does get in the way and it takes precedence, doesn't it?
85.
And darts goes on the back burner for some people. Nick might be one of those people where now that life is a bit different, he's a bit more seasoned.
81.
You might want to see what he can do for the next 5 or 6 years, and I wouldn't blame him. This might be the first step on trying to do that.
It was interesting because I was having a chat with Laura Turner about exactly the same topic, because that's a path that she has plotted, where she was an excellent player when she played youth, and then obviously had a family and came back into the sport a few years after, and you almost come back into it that second time around with that almost feeling of free roll, because you haven't got any burdening pressures. You're coming back into the sport due to just the sheer enjoyment of it.
I don't think Laura's too far away from playing in tournaments with her own daughter. That is... The Turner family are 59. The epitome of a darting family.
You require 76.
This is Noah Lynn doing a thing.
Game shot on the third leg. Noah Lynn van Leuven.
Took the first leg. It was a bit rough around the edges. But the next two...
Fourth leg. It's Nick to throw
pretty
first.
Polished.
Game on.
Took her leg to get going, but now she has got going, playing pretty much to her annual numbers. Averaging here 81.98, 33% on her doubles for the last 12 months in recorded competition. She has a running average of 81.03 and 31% on the doubles. In fact, Nick's the only player that we can't get any conclusive numbers for the last 12 months, because pretty much apart from the qualifier that he won and a couple of matches at the World Masters and Dutch Open, there's not really too much to really write about for
77.
him. Which means that this is a really good starting point to find out how good he can be. And we don't judge someone from their first game on a Monday.
125.
We judge them by the end of the week. That's what this place is all about.
His last recorded match was the last 64 defeat at the
59.
Dutch Open early one this year. Average 83.24 and a 4-2 defeat to Nigel van Milligan.
99.
Did make the last 32 last year, where he would lose out in a last leg decider against a former weekly finalist, Wesley Harms, very popular character around these parts.
40.
Noah van Leuven, 6 starts from 178 to seal a 4-0 win, and
138.
for the second time in this match, leaving herself on tops after 12.
She almost left double 2. Nearly did a littler. And hitting a 54 on 58.
Require 40.
For the match, and it's a 13 darter to round off a comprehensive win for Noah van Leuven, a 4-0 success against Nick Crouwel to end the first round's worth of fixtures. Coming up after the break is Devon Peterson up against STOWE BUNTZ.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time?
The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Noah van Leuven rounded off the first cycle of matches of a 4-0 win against Nick Crouwel. And so into the second round of matches we go, and it kicks off with Devon Petersen up against STOWE BUNTZ. Two players looking to get their first wins on the board after 4-2 defeats in their opening matches. And if you're wondering who was in the better nick in that first cycle of games, it was actually Devon Petersen, averaged in excess of 90. 91.5 was his average in his defeat to Fallon. While STOWE BUNTZ, it was a slow burner to his Super Series campaign, averaging just 70 in a 4-2 loss to James Richardson. But I suppose the big irking question as far as Devon is concerned is, can he keep that form going on a consistent basis?
We'd all like to think so. Because that first game, even though he lost it in 6 legs, it was encouraging.
81.
His doubles percentage was excellent. He had a nice take of 96 out. Couple of maximums.
140.
Fallon was just with the throw and had impeccable timing. But if he's going to
45.
have a seriously impressive week to make Saturday and to have a chance, something
68.
or some things have got to be constant. Now, this is my point. And I'd say this to Devon's face. I've not had a chance to talk to him about everything that's been going on, and I've known him a very long time. Technically, he's got to get his checkpoints right this week. He's got to get his rhythm right.
99.
And I believe that if he's starting with this equipment, he's got to stick with it all week. That's what I would do, and I would focus on. That's it.
Well, the last time Devon was
you
here for the full
require 60.
week, which was back at the back end of Series 7, that was exactly what he was doing. He was persevering with one set. And there was improvements as time went along.
40. Devon, you
But he's
require
going to have to take out a big finish
157.
here to preserve his throw in leg 1. Triple 19 would have given him a dart at tops, and so Buntz is going to come back for 3 at double 10
97.
to get the
So
break
you
of throw at the
require
beginning of the
20.
opening leg. At the beginning of this contest,
Game shot of
Buntz
first
is one
leg,
up.
STOWE BUNTZ.
That's more like it.
Second leg.
Doesn't matter how much experience you've got. When you play your
Come on.
first game on that stage, you do feel a little bit jittery. No, this is the proper STOWE Buntz, isn't it? This is the guy that's finished in the top 3 of the Order of Merit in the Championship Dart Circuit in North America.
100.
And considering the strength of players that they are eagerly trying to get,
125.
because the work that the CDC have done, I think Peter has done a fantastic job. But that job is only just starting.
100.
That's what he understands. He's not resting on what they've got right now. He wants a lot more. He wants to find the next
60.
generation of American, Canadian, Latin American, and South American players. That is a huge job.
100.
America's
So
a
you require
huge region,
136.
but it's a region littered with growth. Littered with big players that do big things. And Buntz is looking at the double 8 for 136, a big check out.
128.
Grazes the inside wire. He will come back for 3 more. Peterson nowhere to be seen in this leg. Buntz here averaging in excess of 102
100.
in these early
So you
stages.
require 8. Game shot on second leg, STOWE BUNTZ.
What more is there to say than maybe Buntz pressed the snooze button
Third
in
leg,
game
it's
1,
Devon to the
but my
reverse.
word is he awake
Come on.
now. I can imagine him having an alarm clock full of neon.
108.
And when he wakes up in the morning, it just flashes 180.
More neon
60.
than Piccadilly Circus back in the 1990s. Although you look at that region, the CDC region,
60.
you consider Martin Schindler looks as if he's going to become that German superstar that part of the world has been waiting for pretty much a decade. You get the sense
28.
now that America, or the North American region, that part of the world, its next step in terms of its growth is to have a player right at the top end of the sport.
140.
It's bursting for somebody to take that mantle, but they're waiting for that player to come to preeminence.
140. Devon, you require
And Gates won
121.
3 seniors titles last year and missed out of retaining his match play title by losing out to
81.
John Henderson on Saturday night. Danny Lauby did good stuff here, has a tour card now. Jules Andongen also has a tour card to his name, but just awaiting one of those
76.
players to do
Devon, you
something
require
major on one of the biggest stages in the sport.
Very well
Shot on
done.
third leg,
Very
Devon
well
Peterson.
done. I know he wasn't going to lose the leg if he missed that
Fourth
double
leg,
10.
it's STOWE to throw first.
But what you've got to do in this group is you've got to build confidence in all departments.
60.
And by finding that double 10, what he's doing on the outer ring is he's figuring out where he's comfortable here this week.
140.
Now, my 2 cents worth when it comes to North American darts is that a lot of the guys that we've seen
121.
over the years have been very well experienced. Darren Young, Larry Butler, and we're still seeing Gates.
60.
And then the Canadians and Cameron, Long, Smith, and even Gary Mawson, who's actually played for both
100.
countries. They're not young players. The biggest problem that North America has
81.
is they're trying to find young dart players when they're thrust into playing hockey, football, baseball, and soccer. And it's really, really difficult to compete with that. That, for me, is the biggest challenge they have.
100. So you require 40.
It's for 13 darter. Buntz 3-1 up. This has been a really good performance so far. The average 98.5. And Devon Peterson here could average 90 or in excess of 90 in back-to-back games and not pick up a point.
100.
Let's take the point from the previous leg and transport that from anywhere in the US to South Africa.
100.
Or a lot of different countries in Africa, because they've been very well publicised recently with the African qualifier for the World Championship.
85.
I think you're more likely to get people involved in darts in Africa than the US at this point.
85.
Places in Uganda, in Kenya, in South Africa, those places really are starting to embrace darts because it's cheap
85.
to get started, and there are so many kids who would take to it really quickly. Whereas if you go to certain cities in America, kids would rather play basketball.
121.
I think in Africa, they're more likely to take up darts. These challenges are what those two different groups face, and it's a fascinating story.
Fascinating story, but the story of this game may well be written. Buntz looking at 155 to complete a 4-1 win. He's not going to be taken out this time, but Peterson looking at the champagne shot to keep himself in the contest.
64. Devon, you require 132.
Perfect. Almost perfect.
92.
And the fact that we've been talking about darting politics in this game, we've actually lost the fact that Buntz is using a 4-wing flight now.
And he's flying in more ways than one as he pins the double 16 for a 4-1 success. An average just under 99. 4 out of 8 on his doubles. And for Devon Peterson, he's averaged 91 in back-to-back games. And he doesn't have any points to show for it. Peterson's in good form, but he hasn't picked up the wins. As for STOWE BUNTZ, he's got his first success on the live lounge stage. Buntz 4, Peterson 1. Coming up after the break, Crouwel up against Sherrock.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. The whole boy in the
You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello.
It's the big, big favourites.
Goes 2-0. but it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. What's another double 19? Great shot. Wow, shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Tops for a breaker throw. Tops for the match. Darts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
Welcome back to the stunning, picturesque live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, a place where Fallon Sherrock has made history before. She became the first ever female player to hit a 9 darts in front of the cameras, this time last year against Adam Lipscomb. And looking to pick up a first weekly title here on the South Coast. Her second assignment of the day is Nick Crouwel. She won her first match against Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2. Timing was her key strength. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. An average just under 88 wise for Nick. It was a nervy start in his opener against Noelin van Leuven. But for Fallon, an opportunity to make it 2 wins from 2 and to take the early ascendancy in this Group A table.
It's been a really interesting day so far. Obviously, the 3-winged flight doesn't work for STOWE BUNTZ
100.
because he's gone from averaging 70 to nearly 100 with the change. So I think those 3-winged flights may stay in the case for the rest of the week.
45.
But very little changes when it comes to Fallon. The rhythm is really good. The set position's really good.
100.
Her focus has never, ever been in question. But what I will say is that I think the points in her darts are different. She used to use the very aggressive Simon Whitlock style point. But these are different.
60.
These are golden points with a crisscross pattern on them. And I believe that these darts are the same ones that she's always used. She doesn't like to change much because she knows what works.
Is it a case of she knows fundamentally what is correct for her? It's just maybe tinkering with little bits just to get those extra 1-2%.
It's the only thing she's ever struggled with technically, or
60.
in an equipment sense, is that sometimes the darts have hit the board and they've flopped downwards. But that's definitely not happening here today. And it's just a question of balance
99.
with the dart.
Do the points also look a little bit smaller compared to the past as well?
100. Nicky requires.
There's a little less
82.
length in them. I didn't think he was going to go for treble 14.
62.
So you can see how Nick's darts land in the board. They're going almost sideways. 81 left. She does like double 18. Hence the 45 route.
40. Nicky required 20.
So double 10 to take out this opening leg. It has to be said a nervy opening leg for the pair. Up for double 5.
15.
And just below, and so Sherrock has the opportunity to get the break.
2 4s.
52.
And Nick is still looking for his first leg on the stage. And as a debutant, if he can get it, he will maybe settle down once it's in the bag.
The Madhouse.
3. Fallon, you require
As these
4.
opportunities continue to evade Crouwel. It may just further stoke the fire for Sherrock, and you got the sense you took that she could have run away with the game, but it's 11 missed darts at a double between the pair in this opening leg.
We had a leg like this on Saturday night involving Shane McGurk.
Game shot of first leg, Nick Crouwel.
He's got his first leg on the stage. Not a classic one, but he can settle down now.
Second leg, it's Fallon.
As scrappy as it was, it felt like a bigger leg for Nick to win than it was Fallon.
$95.
I'm going to have a word with Fallon about these darts because my initial view of them today, they look like a newer set. And maybe she's trying to break in
100.
a new set of barrels, which is something she doesn't do very often. But you can see the shape of them.
97.
They're perfectly uniform with the stem, and then they go outwards, where most of the weight of the barrel is. And then they taper back to the point. What that does, quite cleverly, is it educates your thumb and your forefinger to be at the back of the barrel to throw from that point.
$99.
As for Nick, it's interesting to see how he holds the dart. Maybe we can have a look at it in a bit more detail as the game goes along. Feels like just a pinch, doesn't it, between the thumb and the index finger.
120.
That's unfortunate. Interesting that she wanted to go for the 60 when she had 90 left.
100. Fallon, you require 90.
We can sit here and say that she should have switched. Never guess someone who is playing very
50.
sharply.
Nick, you require 101.
To double the lead. Needs a treble downstairs.
And so Sherrock will come back for
Fallon, you
tops.
require 40.
Could be a dart to put herself 2-0 up in the contest, but those misses in the first leg may well be followed by more in the second. But double 5 is found last dart in hand to evade the opportunity of Nick Crouwel going 2-0 up with a break in hand. Level we are at 1 apiece in a contest which we're still waiting for the blue touch paper to be lit in. Both players 1 from 9 on the doubles. It's been a very
59.
nervy contest up to press.
$40.
I think Nick being here is an interesting story. I've already mentioned that he was involved in some big tournaments just over 20 years ago. Around about that time, Raymond van Barneveld was still a BDO player.
41.
That's how long ago it was. But don't underestimate, because of the increased money in the sport, the increased exposure as well, because there's darts everywhere
59.
every single week. It's not just about the people coming through from a young age. It's who is being unearthed at every level. Just because seniors darts has started in the last 3-4 years doesn't mean that just seniors and juniors are are coming through.
96.
It's in between the age of, say, 25 and 50. More people of that age are starting to come back to the
78.
sport.
I think there's a lot of people that see the sport as a part-time vocation where they can still earn a decent amount of money in, but they don't have to
53.
give up their job for. They kind of find that happy medium, that best of both worlds. For a lot of people, of course, there is a burning desire to be a pro at the top end of the sport, but there's a lot,
59.
just like in other sports, like football, like in rugby,
137.
where there is a play for the love of it and you can still be very successful at it. There's not going to be any success of the 137 for Crouwel. And so
97.
Sherrock looking at the
Fallon, you
148 to
require
open up a
148.
2-1 lead with the break of throw in hand. Not to be taken out this time. And so the Dutchman will return free in hand
55. Nick,
to
you
re-establish
require
his lead.
40.
I think we're starting to see Nick's range early in this Group A campaign. As he
Shot
takes a
third
2-1
leg,
lead,
Nick Crouwel.
he's most likely to win a leg in 7 visits to date.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
What we know from Fallon and her numbers is that she's way more likely to win legs in 5 or 6.
80.
And she has won a leg on this stage in 3 visits.
Possibly the most famous leg that we've ever seen here at the Super Series, and Fallon Sherrock hit that 9-darter against Adam
100.
Lipscomb in August last year. It's actually the most viewed video on the Super Series YouTube channel, and if you haven't done so already, then hit that
59.
subscribe button, because on top of the live darting action that we bring to you 6 days a week here at the Super Series, there's plenty of bonus content. And
140.
if you have a look on there, there's a bullseye challenge involving Adrian Lewis, who was playing at a Modus exhibition a few weeks ago, and we managed to
41.
grab him for one of those bullseye challenges, and they are available to view now on the Super Series YouTube channel.
Yeah, really happy to say that Adrian hasn't changed a bit. As he's been
140.
taking a bit of a sabbatical from PDC darts. Still a cheeky chappy. Wouldn't change him, would we?
60. Nick, you require 121.
This game seems to be going the way of Nick.
Well, after what was a decent start against Devon Peterson in the first
57.
game, it's almost fallen flat for Fallon in this second game of her day.
She hasn't really been finding that first dart to take the
97.
pressure
Nick,
off
you
the
require
remaining
64.
2 darts of the visit. It was better there. But if she's going to win this game, she's going to have to do it from behind. Well, that's different.
Game shot on the
That's one of the
fourth leg,
strangest
Nick
64
Crouwel.
checkouts you will ever see. 3/16s.
Fifth leg, it's Nick to throw first.
Just like that.
Game on.
Well, that's a look of contemplation on the face of Fallon Sherrock, because she finds herself 3-1 down, having been broken in the previous leg, and Nick Crouwel here throwing for the match and throwing for his first win
180.
on the Super Series stage, and he kicks off leg 5 for Max.
I told you he would settle down when he got that first leg.
42.
And the level is starting to climb incrementally. And his confidence will climb as each game goes on, especially if he keeps winning.
7.
And not just a win against any player on the Super Series stage if he gets it right here, but a win on that stage against one of the most famous players to have ever graced this hockey.
I'm not going to
41.
let that slide, by the way. I've got to be fair, Nick. You went from 180 to 7. That is your quintessential back to normal, as we would say in the industry.
100.
And then he goes right down the middle and gets a ton.
$93.
6 darts from here to seal his first win at the Super Series. A moment that when he woke up this morning, he would have been dreaming of.
43.
The moment he's probably been dreaming of ever since he qualified.
You never forget your first win.
140.
Doesn't matter where it is. The only people who do have trouble remembering their first win are people who have careers that last decades.
101.
Well, he's left himself on a 2-darter to get the job done. However, Sherrock is hot on the heels of Crouwel, and it's going to leave herself on tops if this 70 does not go.
Another one of those for another unconventional finish.
50. Fallon,
Can Fallon keep this
40.
game alive? 2 breaks needed. But you can't get the second one until you've got the first.
Flag, Fallon Sherrock.
And crucial to note as well, Nick Crouwel has missed a match start, has missed an opportunity to win this match.
It's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just on your first win, there are certain tournaments where you never forget your first win. And people have told me I've got a pretty good memory. You don't forget your first win on TV. You don't forget your first title. But there's always going to be a game
81.
where you think, that's where I started to really kick in. And there's a game that I played years ago, 2008. No, it wasn't. It was 2007. I do beg your pardon. I beat a fella from down under called Andrew Towns in Geelong. And nobody knew who I was.
100.
I walked in that day and I looked around and Barry Janier was there and Stevie Duke was there and Steve MacArthur was there. And I thought, nobody knows who I am. This is great.
81.
And when I beat Andrew Towns, I thought, now you know who I am. When Nick walked in here this morning, all of the chatter was about STOWE, it was about Fallon, and about
100.
Noah Lynn. By the end of the day, we'll know a lot more about Nick.
59.
And you have to say, following what was a scrappy first couple of legs, he has been the better player in this contest. And once again, he finds himself 6 darts away from completing a win against the Queen of the Palace. But only a 60 turn there is enough for Sherrock in the background to not just tiptoe, but maybe find her way in front in this leg.
140.
And a second trouble there leaves herself on a far more makeable out. Remember, Nick had a dart to win this game by 4 legs to 1. A dart at tops that came and went. But he may well find himself embroiled in a last leg decider as Sherrock can climb the ladder. 1 dart left at tops. 1 dart at tops is all Sherrock needed. The first ton topper of the week means that we have a last leg decider. The first 7-legger of the week.
To throw first. Game on.
Do you know what's never been questioned about Fallon in the last 10 years? Her bottle.
$45.
You don't hit shots like that unless you've got really good composure under pressure.
41.
And some games that we see from Monday to Saturday here, and even on Sundays when we have
60.
special events here, it's not about averages or numbers. They're just really interesting games. And this is one of them.
40.
At the start of it, you thought Fallon's going to win this one simply. Nick had his say, and now the narrative changes again.
140.
Again, that first start is just a little bit low, but the
100.
adjustment is pretty good this time. But she's still chasing that second break needed to win her second match of the day. If Nick protects this lead and gets over the line,
60.
he will be happy to get that first win, but there will be some relief in there as well because he'll feel like he should have got this done a bit sooner.
Well, it's plotting a similar pattern to Saturday night's final where Kai Gottard raced into a 3-0 lead. John Worsley took it to a last leg decider. Kai would eventually cross the line, but
60.
If it is the case, we're not interviewing Nick after the game, and hopefully Fallon doesn't pop up to the studio for an impromptu chat.
140.
The pressure is applied.
136.
The shot's on. Another one. 88. Seriously impressive shot from Nick Crouwel to get his first win at the Modus Super Series. Huge pressure applied by the Queen of the Palace, and he was up to it with the best shot we've seen today by some distance. So he's on 2 points as well, and now after 5 games there's only one person without points so far.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Nick Crouwel got the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 3. It's been a morning where upset victories have been the story of the day. Left, right and centre, we saw a win for James Richardson against STOWE BUNTZ, now a win for Nick Crouwel against Fallon Sherrock. But this on paper probably the most evenly matched of our first 6 games, as James Richardson goes toe-to-toe with Noah van Leuven. Both players winning their opening matches. James getting the better of STOWE BUNTZ by 4 legs to 2, whilst Noah Lynn got the better of Nick Crouwel by 4 legs to 0. In terms of what the bookies are saying for this one, though, they have James Richardson as the 8-11 favourite, Noah Lynn the even money outsider. Do you subscribe to those particular odds, Paul Nicholson?
No, I don't. I think that's wrong. Because if we look at the final 3 legs of Nolan's first game, she played fabulously.
80.
Hence the 88.4 on average, which is, over the course of 4 legs,
96.
exactly 17 darts per leg. James didn't play brilliantly to beat STOWE BUNTZ 4-2 in Game 2. He took advantage of STOWE not getting out of the blocks. I'm not going to do a full 180 yet, but
59.
James has started pretty well in this game. But I subscribe to the fact that Noah Lynn should not have been the outsider.
Well, matter of fact, just having a look at the odds for the day, the only game that Noah Lynn is the favourite for is her match against Devon Peterson at the end of the day. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series, it is 18+ and begambleaware.org. Richardson has got 6 on the 130, but he'll attack every single checkout in hand, and he grazes the 25 there for 12 darts, and that would have actually been the 3rd consecutive ton plus checkout across 3 legs that we've seen here at the Live Lounge.
James makes me laugh the way he plays this game. He's so aggressive.
17.
Do you know what? If you had a hedge outside your front door, James is the kind of guy who said, give me a bulldozer. Keep the hedge trimmer.
94.
Give me something with some grunt. And I'll get rid of it. Forget about trimming it. It's just the way he is. He's a full throttle dart player.
Noah Lynn, you require 110.
Gives it full beans, but he may be on the back foot if Noah Lynn takes out the 110. Stayed on the 20s because the Liar Dart 1 was so good.
James, you require 8.
So Richardson returning for double 4. He's already missed 7 darts to take out this first leg. Dart 8 is good. Ruthless 1 up. Now you may be wondering why the back of his shirt has the word Bandits on it. Well, this is actually the shirt of his local Super League team, which play at the Windmill Club. And they're actually trying to save that particular venue from extinction and extermination.
So where is the windmill?
83.
And this has got nothing to do with his opponent because her country is famous for windmills. Where is the windmill?
108.
The windmill is back in his locality. It's a local club nearby him in Rushden.
81.
So what you're saying is they could do with finding a diamond in the rough so they can fund to save the windmill.
I knew you were going to come up with something to do with
64.
diamonds after I said Rushden. One of the most famous non-league teams of all time.
Yeah, but not as famous as Blythe Spartans. I used to live just down the road from James, in Corby, or as it's known, Little Scotland. There's a lot of dart players in Northants. A lot of very good ones. And in fact, we've had someone from Northants referee on this stage. Our good friend Eddie Mason.
140.
Referee of the World Seniors at the weekend. Did a very good job as well. Good job done there by Noah Lynn van Leuven. And maybe this game following the same path as the previous one for her. It was a slow first leg. 14 darter to level up. Maybe it's just taking a leg for Noah Lynn to get into games.
100.
I can't imagine playing darts at the windmill would be that conducive to good play. Be a bit breezy.
85.
I'm sure they haven't had an exhibition with James Wade and Adrian Lewis in there. It's just a joke.
43.
Be careful telling jokes, Nico.
The day that I can't tell a joke is the day I walk away from this job.
Well, no more jokes for the rest of the day.
I tell you what was not a laughing matter in the last couple of weeks.
58.
It was the Europe Cup. I watched the final that Noah Lynn was in with Robin Byrne. So much tension and nerves in that final.
99.
Because they both wanted it so badly. It was gripping darting viewing. It really was. And on this occasion, it was Robin who took the title. But the Netherlands had a very, very
58.
good event.
And this has been the year where Noah Lynn's game has gone to the next level, winning a Challenge Tour
137.
in March, in the Provisional World Championship spots through the Women's Series, in the Provisional Grand Slam spot. Her and Fallon Sherrock looking as if they're going to be duking it out for that
58.
second
So
spot
then
after
you
Bo Greaves
require
won the match
8.
play in the summer. And this is for back-to-back 14 darters. Double 5 and with plenty of time.
75.
Going for double 5 there was a 50-50 call.
$60. Noah Lynn, you require
The other side of the
5.
coin would have been to lay up for double 4.
Game shot on the
Very good
third
pick
leg.
off there
Noah
for
Lynn
2-1.
van Leuven.
And 50-50 is a good segue because in Women's Series
Fourth
darts this
leg,
year,
it's Noah
Noah
Lynn to
Lynn
throw first.
is
Game
50-50
on.
in finals. 6 finals played, 3 wins. That's 1 more win than Fallon has this year, but not as many as Bo.
140.
She's got 7. Unbelievably, Bo Greaves has been in 13 finals.
123.
13!
And in comparison to previous efforts from her, it feels
55.
like a poor year in comparison to 2023. And I do mean that very much tongue-in-cheek.
60.
It's not far from the truth.
$59.
James is 50 years of age now,
$95.
which means other options are available to him now. He's played pretty much every tour that's been played in this country.
26.
BDO, he's been to Lakeside. ADC, he's a champion of that.
133.
Yet to be a Super Series champion, so that won't sit well with him. But I can imagine him being a real thorn in the side of the seniors.
85.
Yeah, lost the weekly final
James, you
in
require
Series
90.
2. That was to Graham Usher, who couldn't then go on to play at the Champions League because he won his tour card. That's the closest he's really been since. He's made a few Saturdays
38.
without really
Noah Lynn,
making
you require
major
136.
inroads. Noah Lynn looking to make major inroads in this match. Another one of them. Would have given him a dart at double 8 to open up a 3-1
96.
lead.
James, you
Does the next
require
best job
52.
of leaving tops if there were misses from Richardson on tops, of which
Game
there's
shot on the
not.
fourth
And
leg.
this game
James
is back level at
Richardson.
2 apiece. You mentioned James's record of
Fifth
the World
leg, it's
Seniors.
James to throw first.
Lost out in the
Game
first round of the World Match Play at the weekend against Leonard Gates. It's fair to say it was a fairly low-key affair. Got off to a slow start.
140.
Went into the break 4-1 down, having originally been 3-0 down. Rallied off
140.
a few legs towards the end of the match, but the damage really was done right at the very beginning of the contest. Gates would prevail by 8 legs to 5, averaging 89.8. Richardson pretty much playing to his annual numbers, 83.71 in that particular defeat for the year.
60.
84.17 and 34% when it comes to the doubling, which is pretty much a Super Series par for the course.
He's going to need more than that this week, though. If you had this conversation with James right now, he'd say,
42.
I'm going to need to find 3 or 4 points. Maybe 1 or 2% on the doubles minimum. Because when you consider what other people can do,
85.
we know how high Fallon can get. She's one of only 2 ladies that have registered 110 averages in female history.
97.
We have seen Nolan win a challenge tour this year, averaging in 3 figures towards the end of it as well.
140.
James
to
knows
require
he needs to
122.
find more this week.
76.
How many times in this game,
Noah Lynn
since that
requires
first leg, has
76.
Noah Lynn left herself in this kind of range after a dozen darts? She's not going to go at a double from
James, you
76,
require
which will be an
46.
irking disappointment. And it allows Richardson effectively a free go of this 46, having not had a dart against him to lose this leg.
Not a marker.
Game shot on the
That is a
fifth leg,
wizard
James
dart there.
Richardson.
Knowing your angles in this sport, it's
Sixth
so
flag,
crucial
it's Noah Lynn to throw first.
with shots like that.
Game on.
Because as soon as he blocks that double 16, he knew exactly what he needed to do. There was no fidgeting around on the hockey.
60.
No going left, no going right. He knew exactly where he had to go if that was his miss. That's experience.
134.
It's one of those rare commodities that you just cannot buy. Playing a World Championships at both the Lakeside and Alexandra Palace.
85.
If he wins the UK qualifier for the Global Championship, he'll become one of a very rare breed of player to have played at
140.
the Lakeside, Alexandra Palace, and at a Global Championship at the Live Lounge.
There are dart players who pride themselves on how many World Championship venues they've played in.
Andy Bolton
81.
has qualified for the Global Championship in December, and he's played at both Ali Pali and Lakeside.
125.
I'm happy to have played at 1. But then you've got people who've played at 2. There are people who've played at 3.
90. James,
Andy
you
Hamilton's
require
played at 4.
102.
This for the match. And 6 on 102 to cross the finishing line. He's going to need the full
62.
quota, but he has left himself on tops after 12 to get the job done. Proficient, rather than ruthless, for
100.
James Richardson
James, you
in this
require
contest.
40.
And this to wrap up a second win from 2 matches. And he'd be the only player to be 2 from 2 so
20.
far today.
Noah
But
Lynn, you
3 match
require
darts have
85.
come and gone. Noah Lynn looking at 85 to send us all the way.
52.
The dart just
James, you
wavered
require
low and right.
20.
And Richardson comes back this time for 4 o'clock. Double 5.
10. Noah
Wasn't
Lynn, you
close.
require 33.
Now he runs the risk of going all the way.
How good a guard is that?
17.
Not good enough.
James, you
And
require
so Richardson
10.
He's missed 15 darts at a double in this game. Comes back for 2 more at double 4
Great shot.
to
And
win
the
the
match,
game. And
James
that time he
Richardson.
only needed the 1. And it's 2 wins from 2 for James Richardson, the only player to keep up a 100% record following the second round of matches. He gets the better of Noah Lynn van Leuven by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Devon Peterson against Nick Crouwel.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a contains the 5 players and 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final because the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on them forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. I bet everyone was glad that I was quiet for a few seconds there. Before the break, James Richardson got the better of Noah van Leuven by 4-2. That rounds off the second round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Port. So this is what we have seen thus far. And it's a session where James is the only player to have won both matches, and Devon Peters actually played the most consistent darts of everybody today. Is the only player yet to pick up a win. Everybody else on 2, and as expected, a very tight Group A thus far. So game 7 of our session sees Devon Petersen and Nick Crouwel go toe-to-toe. Nick got the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4-3 in his previous match. Was for Devon, 2 averages in excess of 91 have not heralded a victory. We said this last time, but we're going to say it again. If Devon Petersen averages around the 91 mark for a 3rd game in succession, when you consider the level that Nick's been playing at so far, you'd expect him to get the points.
I would, but funnier things have happened. Devon is running quite unlucky today. People seem to be turning up against him.
Game on.
But you've got to expect that. Now he's got the throw, he's got to make the most of it by doing what he's been doing today. Scoring pretty well, getting to the double, and you take it. And if he does win this match, it will mean that the table can't be tighter than it is right now.
44.
Everybody's separated by just the 1 win after 7 matches. And if that continues over the next 3 days,
140.
20 points might win this group.
Well, looking at this round of fixtures, after this, STOWE BUNTZ takes on Noah van Leuven, and then Fallon Sherrock takes on James Richardson. You feel like we're going to learn a lot about
100.
the way this table is going to look by the end of this round of fixtures.
Do you know what? I'm really glad that we've got James playing against Fallon here this week.
98.
Because it sets up a really interesting narrative from what could have happened 5 years ago. We'll get onto that in due course.
45.
This is a number where we can learn what this player's all about. That's a good start.
99.
So what we can say is that Nick is a pretty proficient counter.
So typically Dutch.
40.
Goes around the same circles as that of Stefan Schrouder, who's watching this morning, cheering on his countrymen. Played here at the Super Series in the past. Peterson looking at tops to take out the opening leg.
56.
It's just below. Felt like it was pulled low, which is why it went below the wire. And so Crouwel has got an opportunity to pinch the opening leg against throw. Went tops, unable to locate.
60. Devon, you require 20. Game shot on
Second
the
time he's
first
done
leg,
that today,
Devon Peterson.
right down the pipe. I'm always
Second leg,
interested to
it's
see
Nick
how
to
people
throw
take their
first.
darts out the board.
Game on.
Everybody's different. It's like watching somebody take the ball out of the hole. That's in golf, by the way.
100.
But that dart was in double 10, and it was almost a no-look retrieval. Just give me that flight and I'll take it. Very casual. And then there are other people
140.
who snatch them out of the board.
Well, Devon's one of those people that has a lot of style about him, and I've been lucky to spend a lot of time with him in another capacity, a commentary capacity. And he is someone that thinks about everything in terms of his image and the way that he portrays himself.
100.
If I may be honest, he does think about the marketing and the image side of this business
100.
a lot, which is good. But from a playing perspective, sometimes he can be his own worst enemy. He can think about things too much.
99.
Sometimes you can overcomplicate things when simplicity wins the day. If he can rediscover that
41.
simplicity with his action,
102.
there's no telling what could be the next story with him.
Well, he's showing here so far, even after what was a very rocky qualifier for the World Championships for him a few weeks ago, he still has that game in the locker. The only problem he's had is he's been taking on players who have shown a much higher level. And he may well be pegged back to 1-1 here if Crouwel can take out this 52.
One dart to tops then.
12. Devon, you require
Surely Devon's going to
6.
get 2.
Pick a side. Double 10, probably an easier dart to aim at. It's an open bed, which he
Game's on his
finds.
second leg.
Peterson
Devon
gets the break.
Peterson.
He opens up a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
He's genuinely enjoying himself out there, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's actually really nice to see. When a player can't help but smile, it's
100.
infectious. But can you imagine what it must have been like for Devon walking into that qualifier? Must have been really difficult, because the pressure on him
60.
must have been enormous. He's surrounded by dart players who've done their own bits and bobs. Some of them have qualified for World Cups,
55.
World Championships potentially. But everybody in that room is looking his way, because he's been the leading light of a continent
100.
for the best part of a decade and a bit. Now, we talk about people who have carried countries. Look at Darius Labanauskas. He's carried Lithuania on his shoulders for years.
100.
This guy's carried a continent, and one of the biggest on the planet.
How do you think he would have felt not just losing in that qualifier, but the way he lost that qualifier?
Oh, he'll have been embarrassed.
85.
So coming here soon after it is a good thing, because it will allow him to search
140.
for a really good feeling. And he's getting close to a really good feeling, which will be his first win of the day.
Well, if you look at the numbers over the course of 2.5 games, Devon Peterson statistically has been the best player. But as we know, this is not a game that is
Devon, you require
played on
106.
percentages. It's played on wires. And so far, Devon
25.
Peterson is the
Nicky requires
only player not to
76.
pick a point up as of yet. And he could be hauled back into 2-1 if Crouwel could take out this 76. 2 in his hand at double 8.
6.
Does not go, and so
Devon, you
Peterson
require
returns to 81 to put himself free to the good.
It is a shot at the ball.
41. Nicky
I promise you,
requires 16.
he was not trying to leave tops.
You could hear the cry of, oh, Devon there, as he shanked that last dart into the single 10. Inviting guide. There's no way he could miss with dart 3. The dart standing so close to the wire and standing up so tall towards the top end of the bed meant that any kind of deflection off that barrel was always going to find the double. And that was what duly happened for the Dutchman, Nick Crouwel. And this game is back at 2-1.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 dart players in the world who would say, oh, Devon. Peterson is one of them. The other one is Searle, when he's waking up in the morning with his cup of tea.
100.
He looks around and he says, ah, Devon. Because that's where he lives. And the World Grand Prix starts today.
40.
It's my favourite tournament all year, apart from the Modus Super Series, of course. Double start darts. Sorts the rookies from the experienced. Great
6.
tournament.
You know, we hear so often about how pros prepare for the World Grand Prix. When you were playing in that tournament, when did you switch to the double-in mode?
Early August. I used to do what's called hybrid practicing. Usual stuff and World Grand Prix stuff.
52.
And I counted myself as a pretty good double start player. But I will throw my hat into the ring and I will say, I think at least
100.
50% of the field for the World Grand Prix will have not prepared properly for double start. Not in my opinion, anyway.
99.
And that's why people will get found out.
154.
We're going to find out here in which direction leg 4 is going to go. Crouwel is not going to get the chance to equalise right here, right now.
98. Devon, you require
He's himself on a single to double and hopes that Peterson hasn't got the big fish in his locker, which he cannot amount to dart 1 at least. So Crouwel back for 2-2.
100. Nick, you require
Considering
56.
where Devon's from, we should probably call it the Big Shark. Double top for Crouwel.
36.
He might pay the
Devon,
price for that.
70.
And so Peterson back for 70 for the break and for a 3-1 lead. One dart in his hand, a double 16 is all he needs. And the African Warrior is a leg away from his first win of the day.
5th flag, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
Darts can be puzzling, can't it? You can average 91 in 2 games and lose them both. And then you can
55.
average more than 10 less than that and win. But he hasn't won yet. It's an interesting name, isn't it? Crouwel.
60.
You know what the first thing was that I thought of when I saw his name on the sheet for this week? I thought of Gavin and Stacey.
85.
Because it sounded like Dick Powell. You know, the guy that used to go around the doors and offer meats to Bryn and... Anyway, it doesn't matter. But I'm fascinated by
100.
the origins of names. We've already talked about Stowe today. We'll get on to Crouwel at one point.
60.
But isn't Devon's surname spelt the same as Kevin Peterson?
60.
Because we know that Kevin is originally from South Africa, right?
$140.
Oh, he's got an eye, hasn't he? So he'd be more in Scrabble.
There's no I in team, but there is an I in victory, and that is what Devon Peterson is eyeing up.
161.
He's got 6 on 1, 6-1 to get the job done.
I think Nick's just taken the scenic route after losing a flight on the floor again.
90.
He knew where the camera was to the left-hand side of the yoke because he moved so far away that he was not obscuring it.
I think he just wanted to see where Kai Gotthard was celebrating on Saturday night after he'd won.
57. Devon, you require
But there may be no
71.
celebrations for the Dutchman here because Peterson looking to see the game out. His first win of the day will be sealed if he can find tops.
51.
But
Nick,
again,
you require 124.
another low dart at that target, and allows Crouwel an outside chance to keep this game going. He's already had a 1-3-6 today. Is he going to add a 1-2-4?
102.
Almost.
That was a really good try.
20.
This has been a brilliant double for Peterson all day, but
No
not
score.
right there.
Nick, you require 22.
If we're going to analyse what's going on with tops and tens, it's very simple.
One dart at double 4.
18.
That could be curtains for Crouwel in this contest. Peterson to eventually finish the job off. Double 5.
10.
Two good,
Nick, you
two well thrown
require
darts
4.
at that target, but neither able to find the bed.
That could be really tricky. That's even trickier. Have a look at that. It's got to go left to swing it in.
2. Devon, you require
Not
10.
2B, and so to eventually get the job done. He's making hard work of this. Double 2.
6.
Peterson still not crossed the finishing
Nick, you
line.
require
7
2.
darts for the match have been missed. Flight's on the floor again.
No score. Devon, you require 4.
And he goes the scenic route again.
Surely now for the South African. Now he wants the madhouse.
Game shot.
And eventually
the match,
Peterson
Devon
picks up
Peterson.
points here at Portsmouth. When his first 2 performances were in excess of 90, he lost them. It was a 72.5 average, which saw him over the line 4-1 against Nick Crouwel. Next up, Buntz against Van Leuven. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Devon Peterson got the better of Nick Crouwel by 4-1. Our 8th game of the day sees STOWE BUNTZ and Noelin van Leuven go toe-to-toe. 1 win, 1 defeat for the pair so far this morning. STOWE BUNTZ losing his first game, whilst Noelin won her first. A reversal of those particular fortunes in round 2 means that this is a pivotal match for the pair, and we'll learn a lot more about their trajectory for the rest of the day, depending on what happens here.
We've got the 4-wing flight, so we know exactly what STOWE's going to do now. Based on what he did in round 2, he's going to play well.
58.
And I've been looking into his surname. It is an originally South German name, Buntz.
59.
And apparently it's a nickname for a small man. But I can tell you that STOWE is anything but small.
97.
He is a tall individual. Quite an imposing figure. But this is a name that
81.
also has heritage in France. Particularly from a place called Alsace. I'm going to test you right now, Henry. Who is the most famous person in sport to have ever come from Alsace?
Eric Cantona.
140.
Commence family fortunes X.
Oh, okay. It's only because he did the Kronenburg adverts. That's why I thought he was from Alsace.
100.
Alsace and Lorraine, isn't it?
81.
Anyway, Buntz looking at 81 to take out the opening leg before we play round 2 of Popmaster here at the live lounge.
41.
What can Noelin do from this position? Well, something very good.
108.
Well,
so you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. STOWE BUNTZ.
you can leave double 3 from 186, but apparently it doesn't do anything
Second
else.
leg. It's Noelin to throw first. Game on.
As for what STOWE thought of leaving double 3 from 186, he really couldn't give a hoot because he was too busy winning leg 1.
140.
Yes, the most famous person to have come from Alsace is Arsene Wenger.
100.
I know that because I listened to his Desert Island Disc recently. Very, very good. He's a fascinating man.
100.
Meanwhile, STOWE BUNTZ heralds from Portsmouth in Virginia. And did you know
140.
Richard Branson, media mogul, the head of Virgin,
60.
did you know that his first hit on Virgin Records was My Coalfields Portsmouth?
65.
Do you know what? I really thought that was going to be interesting. I really did. I mean, is there anything about Portsmouth that you don't know?
You require 156.
Forget about Charles Dickens. Henry Dickens is Portsmouth?
85. Noelin, you require
Spend a lot of time here.
41.
Never looking at 141 to level up at 1-1. 19 would have given him a data double 12, and so Buntz
94. So you require
at 71 to get the break.
This is the kind of shot that he owned at last year's Grand Slam. He was ruthless.
51.
Not quite.
Noelin, you require 47.
I think if Noelin's going to be competitive in this game, each opportunity must be taken.
31.
And that one isn't. And there could be trouble ahead because STOWE is beginning to come up to the boil. One left. That was awkward because of Dart 2.
Noelin,
And you really get the sense that Noelin's been given a free pass here.
Game shot on
Which she
second
takes.
leg. Noelin van Leuven.
And I don't know what it is about Noelin today, but it's taking her a leg to get into
leg, it's STOWE to
proceedings
throw
in
first.
matches.
Game on.
But now that she has, anything's possible.
58.
It just evades the flurry that Stowe had at the beginning of the contest. And with that dry start to the beginning of the third and Noah Lynn hitting a 140, suddenly Noah Lynn that has the ascendancy in leg 3.
119.
Do you know that dart shirt of Stowe? It's been reminding me of something all day. I can't quite put my finger on it.
60. $120.
I used to work in a shop called a gadget shop back in the 1990s. It's probably that. We had some neon signs in there when they were fashionable.
140.
But honestly, it looks like a cross between a bubblegum wrapper and a scene from Blade Runner.
96.
But what I will say about that shirt, I think it's 50 Shades of Awesome.
82. So you require 108.
So going to want to wait to move 2 onto the good, and he's going to get a dart. A double 16.
Game shot on a third
Superb.
leg. STOWE BUNTZ.
Stoic from STOWE BUNTZ. So 108 checkout to move 2 onto the good.
Fourth flag. It's
And
Noah
to
Lynn to the
keep
reverse.
Noah Lynn van Leuven
Game
on
on.
the back foot.
Now, I've been prepared to say this today
140.
because I hadn't met Stowe until Saturday night. He immediately impressed me.
140.
And when he made his Grand Slam debut last year, I wrote for one of the publications I write for that I didn't think he had a hope in the Grand Slam.
76.
I thought he would get swept aside in his group. And over the course of that week in November last year, I was surviving on a diet of humble pie.
57.
And every now and again, we get it ridiculously wrong. And I held my hands up and I said, do you know what?
140.
He's better than I thought. And what I'm seeing today is a continuance
140.
of the kind of player he can be.
145.
Sometimes with a player like Stowe had such a breakthrough
27.
emergence at a tournament like
So you
the
require
Grand Slam. The World
164.
Championship didn't quite correlate. When he doesn't want to do it, is be chasing for those successes. Be chasing the bullseye for the 164.
134. Noah Lynn,
Been
you require
enthusiastic with dart
118.
3. But he is going to come back for 3 more at double 15. For the break.
78.
And for a
So you
3-1 lead
require
with Noah Lynn
30.
hot on the coattails.
Game shot on the fourth flag. STOWE BUNTZ.
This guy's got levels. He made that double 15 look like
Fifth
no
flag, it's
problem.
Stowe to throw first.
When some
Game
players
on.
would come here and hesitate, they think, should I go for it? Should I not?
140.
He's the kind of player that walks to the hockey and says, right, how much have I got left? I'll just hit it then. It's called playing the game simply.
180.
He may just be the favourite for the week, but I have a very big suspicion
140.
that he's going to have a really good effect on everybody in that practice room this week.
He's averaging in excess of a ton. Noah Lynn, 96.5 is her average, and she's not getting good looking in this contest.
$60.
Quick thinking there from Stowe. Did have a crack at the 164,
90.
so why not a
So you
161?
require 161.
Well, this would be some way to seal the match. Trouble 17. We'll give him a dart to the bullseye. And he ironically has a look.
117.
That says-
Noah Lynn, you require
But that's
94.
nowhere near. And this game could extend. Double-double.
71.
Does not go. And that could be the last
you
darts Noah
require
Lynn van Leuven
44.
throws in this match.
Stowe's on Motown, but he's not going 4 tops.
12. Noah Lynn, you require 20.
Yeah, they always say that men should never make that sign.
Game shot on the fifth flag. Noah Lynn van Leuven.
But now, Stowe's going to have to try and win this game in another leg.
6th leg, it's Noah Lynn to throw first.
13 darts to that for Noah van Leuven. She's had to do good things just to keep pace with the American in this match.
96. $120.
I bet Stowe's over here thinking, do you know what? It's really nice to come to the UK to get rid of the constant politics on the news. Well, I'm sorry to break your heart, Stowe, but we've got our own problems.
$140.
I wonder how many different colour pairs of trousers he's brought this week.
Hopefully 6 for 6 different days.
If he brings a pair of John Daly style stars and stripes, now they'll be a thing of beauty. But he tends to go for the plain coloured bright trousers, doesn't he? And then he puts all of the multicoloured stuff into the top half. Whereas Peter Wright tends to go the other way.
30.
Well, it makes it his own brand if he just sticks with the one colour, doesn't it? Instead of it looking as if he's copying people, which he's not doing. This is just his own way of doing it.
Absolutely.
59.
Peter Wright wasn't the first person to wear outlandish clothing like that.
140.
There's Wallace won a world championship.
77.
We're having a kilt. This to finally see the contest off. 74 left, treble 14. Would have given him a dart at double 16. And he's then missed the big number. It's beginning to unravel here for STOWE BUNTZ. And Noah van Leuven is going to get 2 darts at tops to take us all the way. Buntz had an opportunity to win the game 4-1. Should have had an opportunity to win it 4-2. And we go all the way to a last leg decider here.
7 from final leg. It's Stowe to throw first. Game on.
Really interesting contest.
36.
Played at a very good level.
$45.
What we're going to learn this week about
99.
these two, it's where their strengths lie.
85.
And we might be able to see some of the weaknesses as well. And if we talk about them, if we can notice them, it's something for them to work on.
137.
Because they've both got big things coming up. Nolan's got the end of the women's series next week.
180.
But if she can walk away with a win here, she will join James Richardson on 4 points
56.
at the middle point of the first day. Albeit with Fallon, Sherrock and the aforementioned James Richardson having a game in hand.
100.
Well, STOWE BUNTZ had the opportunity to win this game 4-1. And it's just felt like from that point onwards,
47.
it's a match that slipped away from him.
91.
Noah van Leuven has an opportunity here to get the job done, having trailed by a couple. The double-double doesn't work this
51.
time, but she has left herself on tops if Buntz cannot take out the 1-2-6.
The bullseye's calling. But I want to know how that went in.
86. Noah Lynn, you require 40.
Tops.
Game
It's a
shot
win
and
for
the
Noah
match.
van
Noah
Leuven,
van
and from
Leuven.
3-1 behind, she gets the better of STOWE BUNTZ in a last leg decider. Buntz had a dart to win it 4-1, had a dart to win it 4-3, but it is Noah van Leuven who crosses the finishing line. Coming up after the break, Fallon Sherrock against James Richardson. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Noel van Leuven get the better of STOWE BUNTZ in a last leg decider 4-3, averaging 93-94, 16 darts a leg. And that was after the American missed a plethora of match darts to complete the job, 4-1 and 4-3 respectively. And so the final game from the third round of fixtures sees James Richardson and Fallon Sherrock go toe-to-toe. These two have had their history in not just this competition, but at the Live League in Southampton as well. These two played each other on many occasions in that particular tournament. These were two of the regular players back in our previous studio set up along the county of Hampshire in Southampton.
Now, one of the reasons why they were regulars is because we couldn't have players from overseas.
58.
These two don't even live that far away from each other. Less than 50 miles apart.
62.
So when it comes to local tournaments over the last 10, 15 years, I'm sure they've run into each other plenty of times.
100.
But their story with each other is somewhat indirectly linked because of that 2020 World
64.
Championship. A lot of people wonder what would have happened if Mikuru Suzuki had beaten James Richardson
108
in the days prior to Fallon beating Ted Everts. It's one of those
41.
sliding doors moments. We never know what would have happened. It may have been an even bigger story had Mikuru and Fallon won.
97.
But I remember vividly, from very close quarters to the Ali Pali stage, seeing the relief on the face of James Richardson when he won that match against the Japanese world champion.
66.
Well, it's Sherrock here who has dominated this opening leg
48.
and has missed a dart at double 18 to lead by a leg to nil.
100. Fallon, you require 18.
2 nines.
Game shot of first leg.
That'll do nicely.
Fallon Sherrock.
And in that World Championship, I know it was a long time ago,
Second
but there were
leg, it's James
signs
to throw first. Game on.
of what she could do in that championship. And if she's going to rekindle the kind of form that she wants over
108.
the next month or two, for me, there are two departments. In fact, I'm going to make it 3.
60.
3 departments of the board that really need to sing. Her ability to find double 18 when she's on form is
60.
better than most players in the world. Her double 16 shooting against Sulevic was amazing. That hasn't been the same
81.
since then. It's been a little bit off colour. And the other department, of course, is the scoring. If the first dart's in, everything's easier. That's something she's working towards.
96.
Well, it's interesting speaking to Fallon this morning, and I asked her about 2024 as a whole, and she said it was very up and down. Her good stuff is very good, but it feels like maybe that B game isn't quite there compared to
95.
where it was a couple of years ago, where after that World Championship run, she probably was at the peak of her powers when she won the match play.
She's a victim of her own success because she's under pressure
97.
more than ever.
James, you require
And she's
70.
inspired people to get better who have now become her opponents. Double 16 for James.
54. Fallon, you require.
This is one of those shots where double 18 might come into play. It's going to be bullseye instead.
104. James, you require 16.
And so 2-8 to Richardson to square up at one apiece.
Game shot of
Into
second
the bottom
leg,
corner it
James
goes,
Richardson.
and a level match we have.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Ah, he's brought the chalk with him. I wonder where it's from.
59.
There's a story behind that chalk. He was overseas
81.
once, and he saw a big lump of chalk, and he said, "Ooh, that would be good for me hands playing darts." So he took it home with him. I think it was Maltese.
60.
It was so big, this might actually be the same piece.
100.
Wouldn't want to be his dry cleaner, though, would you? What's that white powder in your... Oh, it's chalk. Okay, right, fair enough.
Because that'd be an interesting story for customs, wouldn't it?
140.
You can always tell when James is here because some of the remnants of that chalk does get onto the board, which is why sometimes you may see a bit more of a white and treble 20 bed.
Yeah, it's like hanging around with a pizza maker. There's just white flour everywhere. But if you don't like chalk on your hands as a dart player, because some of them despise it, you got to be really careful.
96.
Probably best not to shake hands with them. Just bump the fist and don't get it on your palm.
108.
Well, Fallon looking to have this game by the palm of her hands. However, Richardson looking at the 164. He's going to have a dart to the bullseye. Does not go. And how many times has a dart at the bullseye ended up in the single 10? Sherrock looking at double 11 for 2-1. That was drastically low. And now she's got a blocker. That's a superb find. She used the flight of the first dart to flick its way into the bed. And Sherrock leads 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's James to throw first. Game on.
Nobody is being cut adrift in this group. Not like we saw last week when Jim Meyer was here. He lost his first 5 matches.
60.
But boy, did he recover on Thursday and Friday. He was very close to making Saturday after all.
100.
But you do get the feeling this group is going to be a very tightly fought affair.
140.
Now, what we're going to do over the course of the week is we're going to delve really, really deep into all of the players'
81.
seasons, their psyches. But one thing we'll do with Fallon that we won't do with anybody else is maybe give her a lot of praise as to how much she's influenced somebody else's career. Because look at the effect she's had on Cameron Menzies. He's playing Dave Chisnell tomorrow in the Grand Prix. And he's one of the best players, form-wise, in the world right now. Don't underestimate the effect that she's had on that.
$130. James, you require 106.
Right, 130 there has left Fallon in a position to break. Unless Richardson can pin tops for the 160.
On a fourth flag, James Richardson.
Well, he's rescued the situation there, all right. He was on the cusp of being broken.
Fifth flag,
But a
it's Fallon
160
to throw
checkout
first.
means we're level
Game
at
on.
2-2. And there's the chalk.
You don't need the chalk, James. You've already got the chalk mark. Because that's what we call a leg in darts.
140.
I only have, with James's technique right
43.
now, one little qualm. Because when he addresses the board, it's a very compact set position that he has. His right elbow is very close to his
40.
ribs. That prod just before the throw. So it's prod the dart forward, then it's back and through. It's quite swift.
38.
That prod, to me, looks a little quick. And his rhythm could be affected by it. If it's just a tiny bit more measured,
140.
his weight of dart might be a little bit more consistent. That's the only thing I would say. It's this bit here. That little prod just before he throws the dart. It looks a bit faster than
43.
usual.
James is one of those players that does watch his matches back. And this is such a useful analytical tool
85.
for players. And I think analysis of performances are something that we're seeing more from particularly the top players more than there ever has been the case before.
95. Fallon, you require 96.
It's a good point, Henry. Do you want to know why? Because if we wanted to do
47.
that in years gone by, we had to contact the network and request the footage. And not all the networks would give it
Fallon,
to
you
you.
require 49.
Nowadays, it's just there. Double 16.
Game shot
That
of fifth
department
leg, Fallon Sherrock.
was very, very good there for a 3-2 lead. I promise you, when she played
leg, it's James
at the
of her
Worlds that year,
first.
she could have
Game
hit
on.
double 16, throwing it backwards with her eyes closed. And that takes me back to COVID, where she was doing
41.
brilliant TikToks. And one of the shots she hit, I think, was a double 18, throwing it backwards over her shoulder.
34.
Well, Fallon there unable to put her front foot forward to try and take the darts off of Richardson following a 41 turn of his own. But going back to that analysis side of the sport, it's
45.
one of those minor areas which makes a major difference. You look at other sports, particularly team sports like football and rugby.
140.
They play a game on a Saturday. The first thing they do on the Monday morning is they'll sit in a training ground and they'll review the footage of the game before they even go out onto a training field. And darts need to have that similar
95.
process. Not be over analytical about it, because I do think there's players that fall into those sorts of traps. But particularly when you've got a big sample size, such as what we've got here. Some players may play 25 matches, 29 in the case of Kai Gottard last week. You've got enough evidence to work on minor
95.
things.
Maybe even major things.
99.
Sherrock is going to get a chance to win this match. Which means this table is going to be incredibly
55. Fallon, you
hard to
require
call
88.
over the next couple of days. Bullseye if she wants it.
58.
Didn't have to go for it.
Games you require 170.
But maybe because Richardson hit the 160, she thought,
100.
I don't want to give you another chance.
30.
But Sherrock's got another chance to win the game, and she only needs one dart at double 15 to dispatch of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2, and that puts Fallon to the top of the table on legs difference after 3 rounds of matches. Coming up next, it's Nick Crouwel up against STOWE BUNTZ.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds worth of matches on this Monday morning. And before the break, Fallon Sherrock got the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2. Nolan van Leuven got the better of STOWE BUNTZ 4-3. And Devon Peterson got the better of Nick Crouwel by 4 legs to 1. That's what we saw in the 3rd round of fixtures. And following that cycle of matches, Fallon Sherrock tops the table on legs difference from Nolan van Leuven. In fact, it's out on legs 1, shall I say, from Nolan van Leuven. 3 players on 4, 3 players on 2. It's perfectly split in this Group A table as we approach the final couple of rounds for our Monday morning. And we're going to have 4 players on 4 points, regardless of what happens come the end of this fixture, as STOWE BUNTZ and Nick Crouwel both go toe-to-toe. The victor will have a 2-2 record for their day going into their final matches of the session. For STOWE BUNTZ, he decided to change the setup for game 1 and then decided to revert back to normal for matches 2 and 3, and his performances very much have gone in the right direction. Missed match starts in 2 legs to beat Nolan van Leuven last time out, and you get the sense when you compare how both players have played so far on this Monday morning. If they both go to type, Stowe should have a little bit too much.
First leg, it's Nick to throw first. Game on.
That is most definitely the case. But darts can be a fickle beast.
$60.
As far as what we know about Stowe, his
81.
ceiling of performance is going to be a lot higher than that of Crouwel. But the amount of information we have about Stowe is a lot more plentiful than we do about Nick. So
43.
maybe there are things that we don't know about him yet.
One thing we've learnt about Crouwel is he won't throw in the towel.
100.
Keep saying that, you'll make me scowl.
Meanwhile, the winner of this game may well be on the prowl as far as chasing the top of the group.
Where's Martin Adams when I need a howl? Oh, by the way, how did the Owl get on this weekend at the seniors?
123.
Richie Howson played the very first match of the tournament, didn't he? Beating Trina Gulliver, our colleague here at the Modus Super Series. We're done with Poetry Minute.
81.
That was good, innit?
That's one thing you'll never hear me say.
125.
Well, Buntz has left himself at 72 after 12 to take out the opening leg against the throw.
100. So you require 72.
Ah, the old treble 12 start. A little bit of old school. Tops.
32. Nick, you require 150.
Not really happy with a few aspects of his play today. Is he going to get bitten? Not this time, at least.
137.
It feels like the story for Stowe so far has been a case of there or thereabouts, but there was no questioning that tops there. First time into the left-hand corner to get the break to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Stowe.
His numbers today, if you take out that first match, have been very good. But it's almost felt like at times
60.
Little bit of sharpness has lacked to a degree for Stowe.
I'm sure he's played plenty of darts this year to stay sharp. But there were only 14 events on the CDC Pro Tour this year. I say only 14. It's a very large country.
97.
The one event he did win, actually he's won 2, I do beg your pardon, he won both of them in Illinois. One in Oak Brook.
60.
And one in Wheeling. As Nick does the old going around the other way thing, which is now becoming a bit of a thing.
100.
Now, the first final he won, he beat Jacob Taylor, who's been to a series final here before. And the second one, beat David Cameron, so he likes beating Canadians in the final.
100.
Well, it's interesting, just having a look at my stats database, that the last recorded match they have for Stowe is at CDC Pro Tour 11. Now, that is the best part of 5 or 6 weeks ago.
And he lost in the final to Alex Spellman there at Niagara Falls, New York.
40.
On the American side.
104.
Because there's 2 sides to it.
$56.
If you actually look at his performances in those tournaments, they're good. But I suppose because of what he did last year, there's an expectation that Stowe can do so much more.
Oh, absolutely.
60.
But he's done enough to make Alexandra Palace for a
48.
second time. So it's job done. And it's job done there as well. 2-0 Buntz. But if you look at the schedule for that CDC Pro Tour,
Third leg, it's Nick to throw first.
he was walking a bit of a tightrope in the final 3 events. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that Stowe thought, I've done enough, I'm going to be at Alexandra Palace. I don't have to go to those final 3 events in Brownsburg, Indiana. However, Adam Savada won 2 of the last 3 events.
60.
And he got within 2 points of Buntz. Had Savada done better in the second event, he might have pipped him.
60.
But what we can deduce is that when he didn't do
97.
as well as he could have in the second one in Brownsburg, even winning the tournament of the third one was never going to get him there. So he was safe with an event to spare,
51.
even though he wasn't there.
Also lost the final of the North American Championship this year. Did Stowe 6-4 defeat to Matt Campbell in the finals within a couple of legs of a return to Wolverhampton for the Grand Slam. Beat, said Adam Savada, in the semi-final 6-2. He also beat Jules Van Dongen in the quarterfinals. And when he played in the World Series event in New York, averaged just under 94 and was beaten 100. By Nathan Aspinall by 6 legs to 2.
$140.
Crouwel's going to get 2 visits to take care of this. He's going to have to lift his level if he wants to join the party on 4 points.
60.
Because if Buntz is on 2 come the last round of play, that's a shock.
60. Nick, you require 86.
Big moments for Nick Crouwel. You get the sense that he has to win this particular leg, and he's going to get a dart at the bullseye to do so.
61.
Unable to find, but this is very much in STOWE BUNTZ range. But that first dart's awkward, and unable to locate the jumper with dart 2. And so Nick's going to get 2 more, should get 2 more in hand to reduce the deficit in half.
Could be a nice marker, that. And boy, did he use it.
Third leg, Nick Crouwel. Fourth leg.
I think we're starting to figure out Nick's range, at least for today. It's mid-70s.
97.
Buntz has gone as high as 98.91. And he's a good 14 points shy of that right now. We know that he can go up a notch.
125.
It's questionable as to whether Nick's got it in his arsenal here today.
140.
And I just wonder whether this is just the base layer for Buntz, that as the week goes on, as do the performances move in the right direction.
100.
You saw what Kai Gotthard did on Saturday night. Group A wasn't for him.
125.
Group C did the job, but when the pressure was at its height, he had something else in reserve. Buntz might be the same. Saw what he did at the Slam last year. You don't make the quarterfinals being an okay player.
60. So you require 139.
He's got levels. He's going to leave tops.
99.
Doing so after a dozen darts to move himself 2 legs clear with just 3 left to play for in this match.
60. So you require 40.
He's just completely outscoring his Dutch opponent
shot
here.
of
It's a
4
13
flag,
darter.
STOWE BUNTZ.
3-1 to the goods and in cruise control.
3 double tops as
Fifth
well.
flag. It's Nick to throw first. Game on.
Hard for Nick to stomach. Still looking to trouser the check on Saturday night and plays at Championship. We spoke early on this morning about how so far in 4 weeks we have 4 different
140.
nationalities into Championship, and that doesn't include the Netherlands.
Not yet.
$97.
Doesn't include Wales either. And T. Nash is coming back this week.
180.
So there are possibilities when it comes to getting another nation into Champions Week.
$83.
I'll say one thing about Nick Crouwel so far today. He has remained competitive, even though some players have not played their best against him.
130.
But he looks fairly unflustered by all of this.
Just getting up and getting on with the job.
So you require 51.
But for Buntz, it could be job done. It was a 13 darter in the previous leg. It's an
shot,
11
and the
darter
match.
there.
STOWE BUNTZ.
And each one of his 4 legs was one on tops. And STOWE BUNTZ moves to the top of the table temporarily, courtesy of a 4-1 win against Nick Crouwel, in which he averaged in excess of 97.5, 4 for 5 on his doubles. A really good display from the American. Coming up after the break, it's James Richardson up against Devon Petersen.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is
Reece
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement
Second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
So that she can
unlock at any moment, but that is quality comparison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Could be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw STOWE BUNTZ get the better of Nick Crouwel by 4 legs to 1, averaging 97.6, 4 from 5 on his doubles. Each one of his legs being won on tops, and a 13 followed by an 11 darter in the final couple of legs to cross the finishing line. And so to game 11 of our day, we enter the final third of the session, and it sees James Richardson and Devon Petersen go toe-to-toe. James has won 2 out of his 3 matches so far, whilst Devon Peterson has won just a solitary match, and that came with his worst performance of the day. Last time out against Nick Crouwel, he kick-started with 2 averages in excess of 90, lost to both Fallon, Sherrock and STOWE BUNTZ. But what's going to happen here is he takes on Richardson.
40.
I'll tell you what's fascinating. Looking into these guys playing before, of all of the games that are recorded,
45.
James has won them all 5 of them. Now, I know they haven't played since 2019.
95.
That was in a qualifier for the German Open. But it's fascinating that when they've played best of 11 legs,
100.
there's been a minimum of 9 legs in every match, but James has won the lot.
58.
These are 2 players that will probably know about things like that as well.
59.
The dart players are synonymous for having very good memories.
40.
You tend to remember on some level what your record is against an opponent.
58.
And when you come across them again, it might be something you can use. One thing we can tell you is that
134.
in the practice room, they do have a monitor in there so they can see the matches that are going on, and they can actually get a glimpse
134
of the table.
134.
Things couldn't be any tighter.
58.
And if Peterson was to get the win in this game, we'd have 5 players on 4 points. Double top.
85.
That,
James
for me,
76.
looks like a change of plan from his heyday. What a marker.
42. Devon, you required
When
20.
Devon was playing his best darts, he would always leave double 16. And I mean always.
Game shot on the first leg.
But he's got an
Devon
affinity with double
Peterson.
10 today.
And he gets the breaker throw, and he finds himself one up.
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
And I do wonder whether there is an air of freedom that Devon can play with this week because of the disappointments of the last few events.
I don't think there is. I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to
83.
rediscover something, and trying to find that it comes with its own challenges.
140.
I sincerely hope he's not asking himself too many questions. Am I doing this right? Am I doing that right? Should I try
80.
this? Should I try that? I mentioned the word simplicity earlier. That's what this week must be about.
100.
Find something that works and just keep doing it.
How difficult, though, is it when you're in that stage when you're searching
41.
for something? And you had difficult stages of your career where you were trying to rebuild and rediscover your game. When you're in that mode, how difficult is it to try and find that right balance of not changing too little, but then also not changing too much?
Depends who you are.
83.
Some people are very
Devon, you
comfortable
require
changing
101.
one thing and then going with that for 6 to 12 weeks. Then there are others
61.
who keep searching and almost searching too much too quickly.
140.
Does he hit
Devon, you
tops or
require
tens?
40. Game shot on a second leg.
It's on a string right now for the South African. Double 10 is a frame for Devon Peterson, and he leads James Richardson by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what? At this rate, he's just going to hit a big 20 and leave double 10.
140.
Maybe there's your answer to the 16 conundrum, why he's missing that. Okay, tops hasn't been great, but when he has gone low on that target,
60.
it's felt like in terms of functionality on visits at that target, he's been pretty much perfect today.
Absolutely. He's had one bad dart at double 10 and he hit double 15. The line was spot on. It doesn't seem to be the line
60.
that is the issue with his throw. It seems to be the weight. And if you look at double 10 in its entirety, if you get the line right, the weight is less of a matter.
83. James, you
It does
require
not surprise
81.
me that the weight of dart is the problem.
41.
Because the thing he's struggling with, it is the checkpoint for his set position and the release point, and they don't need to be the same.
41.
They're two very different
James,
spots.
you require 40.
Well, again, that's another wild dart, which has evaded even the single number when
24.
approaching the tops. He is going to come back for double 8, but he is missing a lot of big numbers at this present moment in time.
137.
Boy, oh boy, that last start was
James, you
impressive.
require 16.
Double 4.
Game shot on
He's
third
not going to
leg.
run the risk
James
of going
Richardson.
3-0 down. That was a great last start from James.
Fourth leg, it's Devon to
2-1,
throw
and that
first.
break that Devon Peterson got in the opening leg of the match, he's going to have to try and cash in now. Not been a game played with
60.
sheer quality, both players averaging below the 80 mark at this present moment in time. But they're two precious points for this pair, particularly for Devon Peterson, because it will just keep him in the
58.
mix.
$180.
Nothing wrong with that. They can both bang.
140.
It's a boxing term for both. Can really hit hard. But when it comes to the treble 20, if these guys get it going, it could be a 180 marathon.
$83. Devon, you require
Range hasn't quite been there for
121.
Richardson as of yet. There have been signs that Peterson is improving in this contest. Double 18 for a ton topper and a 12 darter.
103.
And that would have been a sign it was going through the gears, but that dart went in at a bit of a skew-if angle.
It did deviate a little bit, didn't it? There's another one.
180. Devon, you require 18.
That's a
Game
great
shot on the
dart.
fourth leg.
A little
Devon
bit of
Peterson.
relief for Devon, but that's a really good leg in the bank because the pressure was on.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first. Game
Now
on.
the chase is on for James Richardson in this contest.
This is going to be a great group.
81.
these players are so evenly matched.
108.
All I'm going to say about that visit is, because if he watches this back, he's going to want feedback. The rhythm in that visit was so better, so much better than what we've seen before. He didn't rush the darts one by one. Everything had the same timing. What does Wayne Mardle say? He says, practice rhythm more than anything else. He's right. Look what's happening when the rhythm gets right.
108.
Feel the rhythm, feel the rhyme, and it feels like now it's tungsten time. Peterson looking at 41 for the match and to finish off with an 11 darter potentially. Double 16. For a purple patch for Peterson to finish.
9.
Rhythm was very good there.
You require 110.
That looked patchy. Can James save the game on double 16 himself?
94. Devon, you require 32.
It's a target he's been neglecting for the most part of the day. Double 8. For back-to-back wins.
16.
Does not go.
James, you require 16.
So Richardson wants the target that Devon's just missed. And he pins. It's back to 3-2.
James Richardson.
You can be angry about not finishing the match there for about 10 seconds.
Game on.
Then you have to get on with the job. Back to your rhythm. Back to the positive mindset.
100.
Have you had a thought about what you're going to dress up for at Halloween on the 31st, Henry?
Oh, I've been to a
43.
costume shop over the last few days.
No, I'm talking about Halloween, not just what you do on Saturdays.
45.
Yeah, we've got some garish garb.
I thought of a really good one for James Richardson, by the way.
96.
If he's going to do a Halloween outfit, he should go as Tom from Father Ted.
100.
Because he's got a shirt that says, I shot JR. James Richardson. See?
96.
And Tom from Father Ted is a fabulous character.
You got your costume ready yet?
I'm going as Tom from Father Ted.
100.
No, I can't. I'm actually working elsewhere that day and I won't be allowed to.
47. Devon, you require 150.
Can Devon Peterson finally light the torch?
100.
Or as some fans in golf like to say, light the candle. That's usually reserved for Tiger Woods, though.
170.
Here comes the pressure once again.
You require 56.
Tops of the match.
Game
Tops
shot
of the win.
match,
And Devon Peterson, after losing his first couple of matches, has won his previous 2 and is now on 4 points and beginning to make a move in this Group A. He gets the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Noah in van Leuven up against Fallon Sherrock. Right, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Devon Peterson got the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under 87, 5-16 on the checkouts. And things in this Group A table now look very tight as a consequence of that win for Dev. As you can see, 5 players all on 4 points, although that's going to change here because the winner of this match between Fallon, Sherrock and Noelin van Leuven will move on to 6 and will hold the cards going into the final round's worth of matches. So these two going toe-to-toe in match number 12. And these two have had a bit of a personal head-to-head throughout the course of 2024 and will continue going into the final rounds of Women's Series action in 2024. Provisionally, Noelin van Leuven is in a spot to qualify for the World Championships and the Grand Slam of Darts at the expense of Fallon Sherrock. Although if Bo Greaves does, as we think, possibly play at the Lakeside as opposed to Ali Pali, both Noelin and Fallon Sherrock would be the female representatives at the Alexandra Palace. And of course, Bo Greaves, by winning the match play, gets an automatic spot at the World Championship. So Sherrock and van Leuven pretty much on the collision course for that tournament. And on a collision course to see who qualifies for the Grand Slam. But it's all about Super Series spoils in this 12th meeting of the afternoon session. And on the basis of
81.
Today's play, who would you side with?
Ask me one on geography.
60.
It's 50-50, just like this group. But what we can say is that someone is going to take the lead after this. And this is the last
80.
match of round number 4. If I may go full Geordie on this thing, the lasses are DNR eat.
140. Check. 85.
Oh. That's... That's one of those moments where it's a great visit. Oh, it's 85.
95.
Now, this is a 5th meeting between the pair in recorded competition. They've met 5 times in the Women's Series in 2024. And so far, it is 3-2 in the favour of Noelin van Leuven, although Fallon Sherrock did win the last meeting between the pair at Women's Series 17. It was a semi-final, which she beat Noelin by 5 legs to 4.
140.
We did have one meeting in a previous season which Fallon won, which makes their head-to-head all
49.
square
Fallon, you require
from the
76.
games that we know of, because they may have played in some other arenas. Ouch.
60.
The one time you don't want a bullseye.
56.
Tops. And now double 10. And Noelin van Leuven draws first blood in this contest.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on. $100.
This year started a really interesting way, didn't it? When Fallon did the double in Las Vegas.
57.
And around about that time, a lot of YouTube channels and people involved in the sport said
140.
maybe she's going to go to Lakeside. There's not even a guarantee
6
right now that Fallon will go to Ali Pali. She's still got a position to defend. Mikura Suzuki is only £1,100 behind her before next week's
63.
final quadruple header. And that can be bridged, making this
58.
week's action really important for Fallon to be in top nick ahead of that. Noelin's position is
140.
a lot more secure because she's £2,200 ahead of Fallon in that list.
36. Fallon, you require 58.
Well, from one good leg to a bad leg for Noelin. Sherrock here averaging 103 early on in proceedings. Double 18.
40.
Square this game up at 1-1.
I know she wants to leave double 18, but with those 2 flights in the way,
85.
That attempt,
You require
I'm going to
18.
say it was questionable. Double 4 with nothing in the way this time.
10.
Well, this leg has almost been an opposite to a start of a match from Noel in Van Leuven, where usually it's the first leg that's
Fallon, you require
slightly tired, and then leg 2 she begins to kick into gear. It's the complete reverse and opposite in this particular contest, which Fallon Sherrock levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Noel in to throw first. Game on.
And I think this is such an interesting schedule when you think about both of these players are playing in the same week,
42.
chasing the same things. This is great for them to get themselves into gear, but there's the potential that these two could play each other 6 times this week. And you don't know how important those head-to-head records could be when it gets to the business end of the Women's Series schedule.
140.
I always say that if you're in Group A with someone, you can play them 6 times, but you want to play them 7 times. If it's 7, it means they're both in the final.
180.
And not that we talk about numbers very often, but if these two are in the final on Saturday night, I think there might be quite a big audience.
125. Noel in, you require 139. 59. Fallon, you require 100.
Break chance on a 2-darter. And Nolan's effort here is just a little simpler. Oh, but it isn't simple after
40.
all.
Fallon, you require 40.
Go and get the Rod Harrington, don't miss the big number shirt out. And for Fallon Sherrock, it's a 13-dart breaker throw, and a 1-0 deficit very quickly turns into a 2-1 lead.
4 flag, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
By the way, we have actually got our spies downstairs to check that these are new darts for Fallon Sherrock.
55.
They're the same design as the previous ones, but they are a newer barrel. And we are led to believe
100.
that these darts may be in the midst of getting repointed. These might be a short-term measure.
33.
So we'll keep an eye on that for the rest of the week. Curiously,
45.
she might walk away from today with the most points or the number 1 position, not having 100% of the kit that she wants.
140.
The irony is, it may beg the question as to, do you go with those equipment changes and things of that ilk?
She will. When it comes to making decisions, she's very decisive.
100.
Did you manage to catch Fallon recently on Wayne Mardle's YouTube channel?
60.
I've seen bits. I have to say I've seen bits of that series, but I haven't had the time to commit to watch a full episode yet. Sorry, Wayne.
Yeah. I think the funniest thing about it was
48.
the awkward hug towards the end.
You require 156.
Fallon's not a hugger. I think Wayne found that out.
94.
Well, we all like a bit of Hollywood.
You require 125.
This is where you want the bull first. Or the tops last.
85.
Scared
you
that.
require 62.
And now Fallon has to survive a scare. 17 remaining.
Oh, no.
No score.
A missed single.
Fallon, you require
And Sherrock
40.
can consolidate now. Double 10.
$35.
Nolan's going to get another opportunity, but she's going to have to go back to the start. There's been too many unforced errors in this game.
22.
She cannot atone for her previous error.
5.
This is far from simple, though. Just got to caress it through. That's a brilliant dart.
Fourth leg, Fallon Sherrock.
Sherrock 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg, it's no
Leg away from a win, which will put her on to 6 points, put herself top of the group at the expense of Noah Lynn. For which it's becoming seemingly a bit more of a full-on task for her.
45.
Shake of the head probably sums up where her headspace is at this present moment in time.
You know what the PDC released recently? They were going to have a partnership with a company to do trading cards and stickers and things like that. I don't think anybody would be more excited about that than Fallon. Because she's a massive Pokemon fan. And you know what? One of the biggest commodities in the world is
140.
having the right Pokemon cards. I wonder who's going to be the most valuable trading card in darts.
140.
I can imagine a nice, shimmering, 3D
21.
style Queen of the Palace card being a bit of a pricey one.
$140.
But to win at the Super Series, you've got to catch them all. I know Elaine looking to catch up on Fallon in this leg, leaving herself on 41 after 12 to bring it back to 3-2 and to
41.
force Sherrock to serve it out, as it looks likely to be the case.
9.
Sherrock won't mind losing this leg as long as she takes the next one.
57. Noelin, you require 32. Game shot
Yeah,
of
very
fifth
well
leg,
punctuated.
Noelin van Leuven.
Well, when you get a break early on in a match, for a
Sixth
player,
leg,
the
it's
sixth
Fallon
leg
to
is
throw
the
first.
oh so crucial one,
Game on.
because it's your one opportunity on throw that you will get to complete the job.
45.
You know how some Dutch players, they have an acronym for their name because it's quite long-winded.
140.
Like MBG or RVB or DVD. I'm not sure that's going to catch on with Noah Lynn.
180.
Third maximum of the game and a second for Sherrock. Yeah, but I don't think
100.
NLVL's going to catch on. It just doesn't roll off the tongue as well.
And we did the same for Fallon Sherrock. I'd probably get the sack.
$78.
216 points away from the win. But able to make inroads, and so this leg swings the other way into the direction of Noelin van Leuven. 6 darts and 183 to take us to a decider. Big
79.
trouble with the last dart.
What you'd give for a 1-3-1.
57.
Just ambling
Noelin, you
towards the
require
finishing line.
104.
And the likelihood of a last leg decider, it's going to have to press pause again. It's another
64.
unforced
Noelin,
error.
you require 114.
She's left herself on tops. And she's going to get a go in it.
39.
But there's
Noelin, you
been a
require
lot of
40.
sloppy darts here from Noelin van
Yeah,
Leuven.
shot
She
on
takes
the
us all the
sixth
way
leg, Noelin
to a
van
last
Leuven.
leg decider. But what have all these missed big numbers been down to? Has it been a lack of concentration?
Seven
Has
from
it just
final
been
leg. It's
a
Noelin
lapse
to
in
throw
another
first.
direction? What would you pinpoint it down to?
Sometimes it's hard to diagnose. Some people, when they go in the practice room, they focus so much on treble 20s and scoring that they forget about their singles. You've got to be switched on in every department.
100.
Scoring, doubling, approaching, singles, the lot. If you miss one single a day, nobody's going to talk about it unless it's for a massive shot. But if you miss 4, 5, 6 singles, we've got to start questioning it.
And also, questions going to have to be laid at the door of Fallon Sherrock here, because she had led this match by 3-1, and it's a game that looks like the Queen of the Palace is going to let slip, because Noelin van Leuven is in control of this last leg decider.
Yeah, Noelin's got Devon in the last match of the day.
100.
Fallon's got STOWE
You require
BUNTZ.
126.
Noelin was 3-1 behind against STOWE BUNTZ, won by 4-3.
86.
Trailed Fallon Sherrock by 3-1 and has left tops after 12 in a last leg decider to get the job done.
125. Noelin, you require 40.
For the win.
Game shot.
And Noelin gets the better of Fallon Sherrock. A 13 darter in the last, and from 3-1 behind, Noelin van Leuven gets the better of Fallon Sherrock in a last leg decider. It's the second successive match that Noelin has come back from 2 legs behind to then go on and claim the points. Coming up after the break, it's James Richardson up against Nick Crouwel.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9 darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9 darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 4 rounds worth of fixtures on this Monday morning. This is what we've seen before the break. Noelin van Leuven came back from 3-1 behind for the 2nd consecutive game to go on and win. She got the better of Fallon Sherrock in 7. Devon Petersen beat James Richardson 4-2, and a 4-1 success for STOWE BUNTZ against Nick Crouwel. This is how the table looks then as we go into the final round of fixtures for the day, and it sees Noelin at the top of it. 6 points to her name, 4 other players on 4, and Nick Crouwel down the bottom on 2 points, and he is first up in the final round worth of matches as he takes on James Richardson for Ruthless, an opportunity to finish day 1 on 6 points, and I think he'll be very pleased with his day's work if that is the total that he ends up with following the end of Monday's proceedings at the Life Lounge in Portsmouth. If you were in Camp Richardson and you had to sum up the day so far, how would you say it's gone from his perspective?
Not a bad start, but room to polish things up a little bit more. This is going to be a very tight group where I can see a minimum of 4 people vying for the top spot, at least until the end of tomorrow. So what James has done very well is he's stayed in contention and he hasn't been cut adrift. However, there is a danger that Crouwel may be cut adrift just a little bit more than anybody else if he loses this match. It could come to pass that his only win today could come at the hands of Fallon Sherrock.
Interesting as well, having a look at the final round of fixtures. Just having a look at what the bookmakers made of this group at the beginning of the day. There's a possibility that Devon ends the day on 6 points, and a possibility he could end the day straight top of the table. Now, before a dart was thrown, he was 33-1 to go on and win this group. Anything that you thought was predictable has been pretty much unpredictable on this Monday morning. If we went with what the odds compilers said, STOWE BUNTZ would be on 8 points and would be clear at the top of this group. But it's not played on paper. It's played on Tunks and played on Seidel.
55. Seven.
James has been playing darts a very, very long time. He's probably thinking, at 50 years of age, how many more years am I going to do this?
79.
He has invested heavily in his career. Time away from the family.
140.
And in fact, some of the best family time he's had is when he's been on tour with his boy Josh.
45.
And that's who he hit his 9-darter against in Southampton, of course. It was almost a running joke at the time.
81.
If he's willing to hit a 9-darter against his son, what would he do against his enemies?
I do think he's one of those players, James, that with the introduction of
60.
the Seniors Tour, that maybe his best career highlights are still to come, even though he's reached bullseye in years.
Well, look what the Seniors has done for John Henderson. John needs a stronger mantelpiece now. He's got 2 really heavy trophies back in Huntley. But that was a pleasurable drive back from York at the weekend.
You require 90.
I think any trip home with a trophy in hand, you don't care how and don't care why, it's always going to be a happy one.
38.
Unless you smash it on the train, Mr. Nicholson.
Didn't do anything of the sort. Somebody run over the trophy. One day I will catch that lady.
96.
Pink
You require
suitcase.
52.
Double top.
32. Nick, you require 68.
68 for Crouwel to get the breaker throw in this opening leg after Richardson missed a couple of opportunities of his own to take out leg 1. One dart in his hand, a double 18. Does not
50.
go, and so Richardson will return for
20.
D10 to take out leg 1.
Oh, that's cruel.
Nick,
This
you
could be
require
cruel from Crouwel.
18.
Well,
shot on the
Richardson's
first
misses
leg.
for
Nick
Crouwel has
Crouwel.
been kind because he gets the breaker throw and he leads by a leg to nil. Richardson missing 5 opportunities
leg.
there
It's Nick to throw
take out
first.
the opening leg.
Game on.
And let's not forget how a win here would put Nick back into play.
By the way, have you noticed something about John Henderson over the last few seasons?
41.
He only seems to win something with the title world in it. Snob.
43.
I only said that because John will be laughing at it.
So what you're saying is this now needs to be called the Modus World Super Series, and then he'll win it every
The moment you do that, he wins it. The moment you say that.
Can't wait for World Week then.
60.
There were some great photos taken over the weekend of John with that trophy.
Yeah, really good tournament that, and some of the behind-the-scenes work was absolutely exceptional, and anybody that was involved in that particular operation, cap gets doffed for sure, because it was a very well-run tournament, very well-run event, and I think it came across very well as well in terms of a viewer perspective. One more event to the end of the year in the seniors. That's the Masters in Sunderland.
100.
James will be heading to the qualifiers for that in a couple of weeks' time, looking to follow up his match play exploits.
Well, that's a win-win situation, James.
100.
Get through to that, you get to go to Sunderland. If you don't get through, you don't have to go to Sunderland. Yes. I went there.
125. $140.
This is a really good competitive match. I don't mean from a standard perspective, because that is lacking a little bit, but they are somewhat meeting in the middle when it comes to the end of the legs.
75. James, you require 98.
Missing Tots the 115. Richardson back for the 98. Two in his hand, a double 19. Only needs the one. Superb finish that from Richardson. And we have a level game. The break back, 1-1.
Third leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
I think James is the kind of player that thrives not having a tour card at the minute. I think playing here, seniors, other stuff, it suits him. The Pro Tour is not for everybody.
140.
And at this stage of his life, I think what James has ahead of him, it's better for him to be away from the PDC Pro Tour. That's my personal opinion.
And I think it's such an important thing, working out what works for you. And I think this is what makes the Super Series in particular such a unique competition, because you'll get players like James, then you get players like Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, who still chasing seniors honours, still play at a competitive level, but don't want to be playing the Pro Tour week in, week out. And then we've got the other side of the coin. Your Connor Scotts of this world, your Cam Crabtrees of this world, that want to progress their career and move on to the Pro Tour. And I think we've got a very nice mix between the two here.
41.
Better enjoy Connor while he's here. It's only going to be one more week, possibly two. I think he goes to the Pro Tour next year and he doesn't come back.
I don't think I've ever agreed with something you've said more.
100.
Well, that was a ton, but it was a scrappy one.
100.
Turns out that Devon Peterson's not the only one struggling today with the weight of the dart.
90. James, you require 140.
Richardson able to take out the 140, but he's going to leave himself at tops. Crouwel back for double 5 for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead. This will be the third consecutive break of throw at the beginning of this match.
Game shot on the
And then it goes.
Nick Crouwel.
Yeah, very nice. I like to see that on
Fourth
3 darts at
leg,
double
it's Nick
5.
to throw first.
You can be a little bit cagey, a bit defensive on the first 2 darts, just in case you pulled them a little bit. Just go a tiny bit higher, but on dart 3, you have to give it a go.
140.
James will not be pleased with his daily efforts if he walks away with 4 points.
100.
He does not want to lose to the person currently at the bottom of the table. That is not how he wants to end his day. Things are about to get
43.
More difficult for Sherrock and for Nolan.
140.
Sherrock has to finish against Buntz next. And Devon has the darts against Nolan van Leuven, where she will have an opportunity to finish the day on 8 points.
60.
And again, Nick Crouwel will make his way around. It's almost as if he's now trying to do a circuit of this building.
100.
He's like a ski electric, this guy. He's just got extra track. You know when you used to be able to add track and put in tunnels and flyovers and stuff like that? He's got extra track.
65.
That's good news because he got a tunnel in Champions Week.
$140. James, you require 96.
Is it double-double? It probably should have been, James.
56.
The treble 20 is not the aiming point there. Not when it's covered.
Tops for a 3-1 lead. Be the first holder throw in this contest.
20.
Both of them darts at tops graze the wire.
40.
And now Richardson comes back for the same target.
$20.
He is handing
Nick,
this
you
leg
require 40.
back to Nick on a plate.
Double top. And now double 10. Should be an inviting guide.
20.
But he cannot use it.
James, you require 20.
And Richardson will return for double 10. A game that has been littered with missed doubles.
No score.
I raise you littered and I say
20.
categorized. I'm glad these two ain't playing at the World Grand Prix tonight.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Crowley's 3-1.
Fifth leg. It's James to throw first. Game on.
For James, this will feel like a big defeat. Had an opportunity to move himself
95.
onto 6, really put himself in play. But finishing the night on 4 really will leave him on the back foot regardless of what happens in the final couple of matches, because
96.
one of Buntz and Sherrock can move on to 6. Peter could also move on to 6, but perhaps more drastically for him is the fact that no one in Van
30.
Leuven could move on to 8 points. And by the time that James plays again, if he loses this game, he could find himself 6 points adrift if Nolan does the double over Dev.
140.
Today actually is the anniversary of Daryl Gurney winning the World Grand Prix, by the way.
55.
Back in 2016. Oh, 2017, I do beg your pardon. A tournament that had one of the greatest legs ever played.
133.
When Whitlock finished that match with Alan Norris, my word.
100.
That had
Nick, you
everybody in a
require
tiz.
132.
But the only person in a tiz right now is Richardson, because he is staring defeat in the face. Crouwel's leg difference before this match started was -9. By far and away the worst of anybody in this group. What he would do with a win of 4 legs to 1 is he would stay in the bottom position, but he would get a lot closer
Nick,
to
you
everybody
require
else.
72.
Be a positive way to end his opening day. He got a win against Fallon Sherrock earlier on in the session. And if he had pinned that
47.
bullseye, he would have got
James,
success
you
against
require
James Richardson,
98.
who has already taken out a 98 finish in this match. He's going to do so again. He needed to have found treble 18 with dart 2.
58.
And so
Nick, you
this
require
is Nick Crouwel's
25.
moment to crown off his day of a win.
Double 5.
20. James, you require
game continues.
40.
Maybe the plot does thicken. Double 10.
20.
James Richardson has missed 14 darts at a double in this match. A game which could well be over.
No
well,
score.
It should
James,
have been an opportunity for Nick Crouwel to win the match, but he misses the big number, bursts the score.
Other side.
Game shot on the fifth
And the game
leg.
does
James
continue.
Richardson.
He will not leave quietly. He's missed 16 darts at a double in this game. Nick has
Sixth
missed
leg.
15,
It's Nick to throw first.
but he still has the lead
Game
and the
on.
darts in this sixth leg. Feisty, I think is the right word to describe James sometimes. Passionate is another one.
140.
Gritty, determined. He's the lot.
He plays this game
96.
with his heart very much on his sleeve. He gives it full beans. But when you have a chat with James off the hockey, just the nicest guy that you could ever wish to meet.
135.
Away from the darts, he's a big football fan. Supporter, beloved supporter of Ipswich Town.
$100.
Less said about that, the better at the minute, really. If we're being respectful. I love that statement, by the way. You couldn't wish to meet a nicer guy. But when you're sitting in the position that we're in,
100.
we couldn't
Victory
exactly say the
require
opposite.
161.
But I can concur. Love James to pieces.
24.
Oh, now, here is an
Victory require
opportunity.
170.
It's not necessarily about the 170. It's about getting into a better position
140.
than Nick,
Nick,
because
you
this
require
is hard to
137.
take the match out, especially when you've already had chances on something easier.
Not to be on this occasion, and so Richardson will return for double
59.
15 to
James
take this
require
game to its
30.
crescendo leg.
Game shot
And
on
we
the
are going
sixth
to head
leg.
to leg
James
7.
Richardson.
Crowell has had opportunities to kill this game off. He's been unable to really
7
threaten
from
a
final
match-winning
leg.
chance.
It's James to throw first.
Well,
Game
that was
on.
social awkwardness at the extreme.
Is it just me, or has James looked a little bit uncomfortable in his glasses today?
He's been moving them around a lot. I don't know whether they've been steaming
60.
up. It's something that we'd only been able to find out once we speak to him.
Hasn't always worn glasses,
100.
but it's the second week in a row that we're having someone come here wearing glasses who previously didn't. Dan Asprey last week
59.
was in the box seat for that one. It didn't work out for Dan last week. He was eliminated in Group C.
Well, I've spoken to Jared Cole about this
60.
in the past, because he had a spell where he won a dev tour with glasses on, but he just said the way that he throws the dart was just not conducive to wearing glasses. And actually, even though the style of throw is
121.
different between both players, actually where they draw the dart back isn't too dissimilar. And I can imagine that also the idea of having glasses on just changes the way you throw the dart, because
100.
it is going to draw back to that glasses, or to the glass.
60.
I don't think there's a massive difference for James. It doesn't look any different. But what we see can be microscopic compared to the feel of the player.
60.
2 points from this game for Richardson will feel like a bonus.
$75.
That works out pretty well. And just in case Nick hits something of real note here, Richardson will fancy getting a shot at the bull.
100. James, you require 126.
For the match, And it'd be for yet another comeback win on this Monday morning. It's double six.
140.
It crazes the wire.
Nick, you require 81.
What a fabulous try that was. Bullseye for Nick? No. It's the next door neighbour to sixes.
Game shot and the match, Nick Crouwel.
That's a brilliant crescendo for that man from the Netherlands, because he's finished the day on 4 points. He got a win against Sherrock earlier on, and he's pinched the last game that he will play today. His opponent had a shot at double six. He couldn't hit it, and Crouwel walks away with the win by 4 legs to 3.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Nick Crouwel get the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 3. And so to our penultimate match of the session, which sees Fallon, Sherrock and STOWE BUNTZ go toe-to-toe. Both players go into their final game of the day with 4 points after 4 matches here at the Live Lounge on this Monday morning. The winner will move on to 6, temporarily level on points with Noelyn van Leuven ahead of her final game in the last game of the session against Devon Peterson. Both players at times have shown some good glimpses, in particular STOWE BUNTZ, but only one can finish the day 55 with a positive win-to-loss ratio.
The
worst case scenario in this match is not that. The worst case scenario in this match is not that bad. You're still going to be in contention.
140.
However, Noelyn can go to 8 points.
96.
So whoever loses this match could be 4 points behind the top going into tomorrow, giving them a bit more to do.
100.
Just looking at the patterns of play, STOWE BUNTZ has played better against the throw today. He's won both of his games when he hasn't had the darts.
45.
And he doesn't have the darts in this game either.
60.
Fallon might be reeling a little bit after losing a 3-1 lead against Noah Lynn. So possibly not the right time to be playing against
60.
Stowe.
Fallon, you require
But she's been
146.
through a day like this before in this place, whereas Buntz hasn't.
95.
All right, Sherrock, that's off to the more purposeful start of the pair.
58. Fallon, you require 51.
Leaving herself on a single to double to take a 1-0 lead. Double 16. 1-0 Sherrock. And that was a dart at double filled with conviction. And Fallon fills her boots. And STOWE BUNTZ does the one thing every debutant here does. Forgets that there's a 10-second stop clock between legs.
100.
Is there going to be somebody later in the World Grand Prix who doesn't go double start? We didn't have anybody do that at Double Trouble 2, did we?
One player who's a commentator here.
87.
Mitchell forgot to start. And he's the one who should know better.
When he comes back, he's going to be gunning for you, Henry.
42.
That's all right. It's about 1 o'clock, so it's probably lunchtime on the farm. He's probably heard every single word of it. And that wasn't even the worst thing that happened to him that week because he blew a 10-point lead at the top of Group C going into day 2. Sorry, Scott.
Well done on making things worse for yourself.
You know me, Nico. Make friends everywhere I go.
40.
Fallon's doing a very good job in this game and forcing Stowe to really switch on.
123. 121. So you require 131.
Just a whisker away from a shot at tops.
91.
Can Sherrock leave double 16 again? Can't leave tops either.
94. So you require 40.
So this, for a level match, tops are on 1. He's getting closer, but because his dart sit up on the board, it meant the third dart had to be a good one, and it was. Buntz levels us up 1-1.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
That treble 20 bet has taken an absolute hammering today.
140.
I love these Group A situations that are so tight.
100.
Because if anything, by the end of today, we've got about as much idea who's going to win this group
100.
as we did at the start. By the way, I don't want anybody to take that as if, today's been completely useless. It hasn't. We've had an idea of where people are at right now. And because they're meeting in the middle of sorts,
57.
It begs the question for what the return matches will be like tomorrow. And they're going to be live, just like they are on Tuesdays from 9:30 a.m. local time. Fallon's had a few darts like that today where
40.
It's come out of the hand very late. We'll keep an eye on those.
There's a possibility here that STOWE BUNTZ, who over the first couple of legs has been outplayed by the Queen of the Palace, could find himself 2-1 up. He's left himself double 12 after 12, and he's going to get a go at it.
43.
This for the break, this for 2-1, and this to take control of the match. It's a 13-darter for STOWE BUNTZ, and how many of them has he had today? Feels like a handful so far. He leads 2-1 against the Queen of the Palace.
Game on.
And he has had bursts, and he has had spells today. He had that 1 of 13 and 11 darters to take out the last 2 legs in his previous match against Nick Crouwel by 4 legs to 1.
60.
Take out his first performance where he never really got out the starters gate against James Richardson. It's averaged 98, 91 and 97. Really good, and seemingly from his perspective, very attainable numbers as well.
100.
What I want everybody to do at home right now is look at this follow through from STOWE BUNTZ. Look at that, the completion of the dart
43.
before going to get the next one. Absolutely perfect. Love to see that. And Fallon, straight down the alley as well. That lovely set position. Trying to stick to that lovely rhythm. Up, back, and then through is completed.
108.
And then the hand goes to get the other dart. Great technique from both.
Great game. It's simming up to be
96.
a game which STOWE BUNTZ could be leading by 3 legs to 1 in a couple of moments' time. He had a 13 in the previous leg. Has a 14 darter here. And he leads the Queen of the Palace by 3 legs to 1. Forget Neon Nightmare. This might be a nightmarish end to the day for Fallon Sherrock.
Fallon to throw first. Game on.
I'm starting to think that STOWE BUNTZ likes to play away from home.
56.
Not in that way, of course. Because every time he hasn't got the darts, he plays his best stuff.
55.
And he is playing away from home because we're not playing in Portsmouth, Virginia.
100.
Maybe we should set up a Modus Super Series in Portsmouth, Virginia. That could be our sister studio.
So you're telling me the one time I leave Portsmouth, UK is to go to Portsmouth, Virginia?
I didn't say you were invited. Oh, come on, you walked into that one.
100.
I don't think that's too far from another good friend of ours over in the States, because Mr. Spellman lives
83.
in Boone, North Carolina, doesn't he? Would be a somewhat sweet ending to the day for Sherrock if she was to win from 3-1 down, considering that's the lead that she let slip against Noah Lynn.
100. Fallon, you require.
But it must start here.
BUNTZ has also let a 3-1 lead slip to Noah Lynn van
65.
Leuven. So Fallon will be aware with the fact that there has been fallibility at times in terms of STOWE BUNTZ crossing the finishing line. But he's going to set this leg up nicely. He tried to do the way Mardle hit a maxi to leave double one. But Fallon's being forced to take out this tops. And the inability to do so has given STOWE BUNTZ this chance to end his day on 6 points. 2 in his hand, a double 16, of which he only needs the 1. And it was a flurry in the middle of the match which saw STOWE BUNTZ finish off Fallon Sherrock. A 13 followed by a 14 meant that the American raced into a 3-1 lead. He completes the job by 4 legs to 1. He moves on to 6 points overnight going into Tuesday's play. And we round off Monday here at the Live Lounge with a meeting between Devon Petersen and Noah Lynn van Leuven.
Fabulous start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a containment of 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
And as Daft Punk once said, one more time on this Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Your lunchtime entertainment is going to be served by Devon Peterson and Noah Lynn van Leuven. And let's hope that we have saved the best till last. And these two have provided some really, really good stuff on this first day's play in Group A. Devon, it's been a story of playing well and maybe not picking up the points that those performances have at times deserved. He has picked up 2 wins, but he's had 2 other good performances which yielded nothing. As for Noah Lynn van Leuven, she has had to deal in acts of escapology so far today.
Game on.
Because in back-to-back matches, she's found herself 3-1 behind before then going on to win 4-3 against STOWE BUNTZ and Fallon Sherrock, respectively. It's been a story of a slow start to matches
100.
for Noah Lynn. As far as Devon's concerned, he's very much grown into the day.
Yeah, very much so. Started with 2 losses.
100.
But I think if you're going to start with 2 defeats, at least he played well. He gave himself
100.
a little bit of intrinsic confidence going into Game 3. And even though that performance wasn't anywhere near as good,
60.
he still got the win. And then he gets a better win against Richardson.
41.
And if he walks away with more wins than defeats today, that is not bad at all, considering the complexity of this Group A table after day 1.
131.
Well, that was a precarious last start there, but that second treble
45.
matched with a drive visit for Devon Peterson has put Noah Lynn van Leuven in control of this first leg against the darts. And using that advantage
145.
perfectly.
$45.
Well, at least the
Noah
5
Lynn
leads are finished.
requires 65.
Double top.
Game shot on
And a
first
very
leg. Noah Lynn
tidy
van
first
Leuven.
leg break there for Noah Lynn.
Second
Break a
leg.
throw,
It's Noah
15
Lynn to throw
darter
first.
to take the opening
Game on.
spoils. Well, luckily for Noah Lynn, her first day in this series has gone
41.
far more smoothly than the first day of her previous appearance here, because the last time she played here on debut on the opening night, there was a power cut
41.
in the building. And so we had to wait 2 hours for the session to get underway. And in a Group B scenario, we didn't finish till about 10 to 3 in the
134.
morning. Her and poor Craig Galliano, who never played in this building before, had no idea what was going on.
45.
Things happen. You have to roll with the punches.
Yeah, that Friday morning thereafter was that was a coffee morning, that's for sure.
140.
Gonna have to switch now. Without hesitation.
54.
And you don't want to let this game get away from you. We've already got 2 people who have lost their last game of the day.
125.
And they both lost when they had the throw, which makes it feel a little bit worse.
$45. Devon, you require 150.
Full of a game. Peterson unable to take out the 150. As Noah Lynn.
40.
The 167 in the locker.
167.
This for 2-0. Another wild dart wide of the target. But manages to readjust well with dart 2.
125.
Yeah, sometimes that happens when you have
Devon, you require
her hand position. It's almost in a claw position where the 3rd and 4th fingers are very close to the butt of the thumb.
42.
Sometimes it doesn't open as much and the dart can come out quite wild. But there's nothing wrong with the result.
Noah van Leuven.
2-0. Halfway towards a win. That would put Noah Lynn
Third leg.
on to 8 points overnight.
First. Game on.
Just seems to be losing his way a little bit
43.
here. This might be a result, and it won't be anything to do with bad form. It will be something to do with a lack of winning.
180.
You probably think that I am completely getting my words mixed up.
140.
But because when most people are playing away from here, they're playing knockout darts, and Devon hasn't been winning many games lately.
140.
When is he playing 4, 5, 6 games in a row? Playing his 5th game in a day.
100.
It's difficult when you're not winning or getting to the latter end of tournaments. As for Noah Lynn, this is really normal. She's constantly
65.
at the end of tournaments playing game in, game out. I hazard a very bold guess that she's a lot more comfortable playing this 5th game than he is.
Noah Lynn, you require 116.
And in the women's series, it's 2 events a day when, by and large, she's going to the thick end of both of those tournaments. So this is probably,
60.
in reality,
Devon,
actually a bit of a
require
quiet day in
158.
comparison to some of those exploits. And she's on the cusp of a double break of throw here. 56 for a 3-0 lead.
26. Noah Lynn,
And
you
it does
require
feel like
56.
it's beginning to go wide for Devon Peterson. Double 10.
36.
Does not go.
Devon, you
And so
require
Peterson does have an opportunity
132.
here on the champagne shot to try and keep his hopes alive. But it's a chance that'll come and go for the South African.
65. Noah Lynn, you require 20.
Devon's double. And Devon might be done. That's a double break.
4th flag. It's Noah Lynn to throw first.
And you look at the way this game's
Game on.
being played, and interesting you see in the background there. Devon trying to orchestrate something together.
140.
He's going to have to try and orchestrate 4 legs together.
It doesn't look very likely when there's a 17-point gap in the averages.
100.
Because at the minute, if anything, Noah Lynn is getting better in this game.
45. $100.
When you've been to a Saturday before,
137.
albeit in your first visit, Nolan's going to expect to get there again this week.
60.
And in a first Group A campaign, because that's what this is. Hasn't played Group A before. This would be as close to ideal
86.
as she would have expected this morning. If you'd have said to her, you're going to get 4 wins from 5, her eyes would light up.
60. Noah Lynn, you require
And she's 93 points away from that.
Triple 18. Doesn't go, but Noelin has luxury of time. And again, it's another awry big number. She may only get one dart at a double here.
126. Noelin, you require 63.
But it's 2 for the match. And she only needs the one at double 12. And day one was all about Noelin van Leuven. 4 wins from 5 and all done in a different manner of ways. That was a convincing victory against Devon Petersen. Twice she had to come back from 3-1 down to win 4-3. It is her that is top of the group at the end of day one, which myself and Paul Nicholson are going to be rounding up in the studio in a couple of moments' time.
Party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity. Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen! Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response! Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! Marvin Van Velzen!
It was Marvin van Velzen who picked up the spoils in Series 8, and we're reaching the halfway point of Series 9, and Champions Night is on Saturday the 7th of December. But Week 5 has got underway on this Monday morning. Myself and Paul Nicholson have watched every single dart in the commentary box. This is what we've seen. A day dominated by Noelin van Leuven, winning 4 out of 5. She's the player at the top of the table, including a couple of comeback wins in the middle of the session there against STOWE BUNTZ and Fallon Sherrock respectively. She is at the top of the table. As I say, the asset is alongside me, but we're going to go in flip order, reverse order today, and talk about Devon Petersen, because strangely enough, when you look at his day, his best 2 performances were his 2 defeats.
Statistically, yes, but what we're seeing from Devon Petersen is this search that's going on. I think there should be some really good positivity from today. He did some good things. He needs to focus on those positive things tomorrow and on Wednesday, and remember what he was doing wrong. Whether the rhythm was breaking down, whether there's a grip issue. He's just got to write down, after this session is done, immediately, what went right, what went wrong. And as far as the table is concerned, he is definitely not out of it.
So we've got 4 players on 4 points, James Richardson being one of them. In terms of his day today, there was threatening of moments from him, but never really anything that kind of got pieced together over a long period of time.
No, it was very inconsistent. I think that the ceiling of his performance he won't be pleased with. He's got doggedness. He didn't give up in his last match, even though he did lose it. So I think he'll be very pleased that he's won 2 games out of 5, because he, like Peterson, is not out of it. If he can find something tomorrow, he could easily win 4 out of 5 and get himself back in it.
In terms of STOWE BUNTZ, there was a lot being made of his debut here at the Super Series. At times, his best darts were frighteningly good, but maybe the beginning and the end of the day he'll be slightly frustrated with, particularly the start. Yeah,
we can forgive him his first game, because I get the feeling he was trying something new with the 3-winged flight. It immediately was eradicated, and he went straight back to what he was using before. So that aside, I think he's played fabulous today. I think if anyone's going to go through the card over the next couple of days, it's going to be him, because his levels are better than everybody else's.
However, how much will that game against Noah Lynn hurt the fact he was 3-1 up, had opportunities to win the match in 2 different legs, and was unable to get over on ultimately? That's why he's not top overnight.
That's true, but he's someone, when you knock him down, from what we know about him anyway, he's not going to dwell too much on the being knocked down thing. He's going to be focusing too much on getting up. So he looks like the kind of player who just waltzes around the oche, very easygoing, and I don't think he's going to dwell on it too much. I think he will have this ability to move on and forget about what went wrong and focus more on the positives, like some other people should.
In terms of Noah Lynn van Leuven, top of the table, 8 points to her name overnight. When you assess her day, there were some really good performances in there, but also when she needed to draw something out where maybe she wasn't always at her best, she was able to dig herself out of holes.
Tournament savvy, and when playing in Belgium over the weekend and winning on Saturday, particularly in the final, what you're seeing from Noah Lynn is this ability to get through each game as it comes. And when you're tournament savvy, you know that you're going to have to win lots of games different ways. And that's what tournament winners do. It just so happens that she's done it 4 times out of 5 today. As for tomorrow, it might be a very different day.
Well, let's have a look at the table going into tomorrow's action. Noah Lynn van Leuven, as you can see, top of the pile. STOWE BUNTZ on 6 points. Everybody else on 4. What are you expecting to see tomorrow? Do you expect it to be a case of the table being this tight going into Wednesday's play?
Yeah, I do actually. I see improvement from everybody. I would expect to see the same level of play from STOWE BUNTZ, maybe even a little bit more. So if everybody's sharing the points again, maybe they can expose the people that don't improve and create a little bit of separation between maybe the top 4 and the bottom 2 if some people don't get that next level in the bank.
Been good fun today. Do it again tomorrow.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. I think these tight first days, they really do set up well for the rest of Group A, and I'm fascinated to see who can make a move.
Well, Paul, thank you so much for your company as ever. Thank you for your company at home as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. to see how Tuesday's action goes here at the Modus Super Series. But as far as Monday is concerned, it's Noah Lynn van Leuven who was victorious. She is top of the table. Bye for now.